All right, guys, welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome if you are new here. Thank you guys so much for joining me today and for waiting patiently, as always, for the intro to finish up there. It is October 29th. One day until Metal Gear Solid multiplayer returns with Fox Hunt. Very excited for this. Ray, what's going on? Manny, it's all good, bro. Nightmare. Garrett, how's it going, man? Prince G. I do hope everybody's doing well today. Boss, I'm warning you. You better be going up there to chill, not to torment me. Yes, welcome back to the channel, guys. Yeah, no stream in 2 days. I don't know if that's a record. We used to do like 3 streams a week. And then before that, we only did 1 stream a week. But yeah, I took the last 2 days off, had some stuff to get done. Mrs. MBG had to get a procedure done yesterday. So there was a lot going on. Luckily, not too much happened. We do certainly have topics to discuss and things to talk about, but nothing like major happened, you know. But yeah, tomorrow the Fox Hunt multiplayer for Metal Gear Solid Delta drops, and I'm very excited for it. I have to admit, I'm probably going to be doing some member only streams where I bring you guys in. Like I'll give you. Apparently, there's going to be like room codes I can give out, so you guys can join some matches with me. Hopefully, we'll see how that works out. How far am I into Yote? I did beat the game. I have, I think, 50% of the trophies. So I'm not gonna lie, my desire to try to get the rest of the trophies has dropped quite a bit. I'm not sure why. I don't know, I'm in a weird state right now. I've been playing a lot of Plants vs. Zombies. I know that sounds funny, but I bought Plants vs. Zombies, kind of got addicted to it. Yote's taken a little bit of a backseat to PvZ. I'm not gonna lie. I've still been playing a little bit of Battlefield. Then we got that Metal Gear multiplayer dropping tomorrow. So I would like to get the platinum for Yote. I might just be a little bit late to it, but I did beat the game, and I did do a portion of the side content. What's better, Yote or Death Stranding 2? Well, for me, Death Stranding 2, 100% is the better game and my game of the year. But Ghost of Yote was very good too. Really, really enjoyed Ghost of Yote. Good story, good writing, in my opinion. You know, it definitely is up there with Tsushima. I did enjoy Tsushima better. Ultimately, I enjoyed Jin's journey more, but Atsu's a good character too, and I enjoyed her journey as well. And, you know, I think Sucker Punch nailed it. They did a fantastic job. But yeah, Death Stranding 2, man, what a game. I kind of wish I could re-experience it for the first time again. I'm not going to lie. Death Stranding 2 is a highlight of the generation for me. Absolutely. So, you're halfway through Yote. You're saying it's tied with Death Stranding 2, both masterpieces. They're both very good. Yeah, they're very, very well-made games. You can tell that, you know, Kojima Productions, Sucker Punch, they're masters of their craft. They know what they're doing. Absolutely. I don't know what time the pre-orders for Resident Evil 9 start. Apparently they are going live today, but I don't know what time they go live. So just keep your eyes peeled for that. Dillo, what's going on? I'm just giving it a little bit of time to let more people file in before we discuss any topics. Yeah, it's kind of random that Resident Evil 9 pre-orders are going live today. Apparently there's going to be like no new trailer or anything like that. They're just going to drop the pre-orders. So, yeah, I mean, I'm assuming nothing will be revealed. Nothing of note will be revealed through those pre-orders for the story. But yeah, guys, I'm going to give you a quick rundown of the topics that I plan to discuss today. We're going to be going over a God of War Bluepoint Games leak. Not only are we learning more about what this multiplayer God of War game was going to be, but there seems to be a lot of indication, I guess we could say, that the next project from Bluepoint Games is actually going to be, it's going to be, dare I say, a God of War 1 remake. Digital Dude, if I get all the topics, if I get to all the topics, we're going to get through all the topics today. I'm going to make sure of it. We do have an Xbox related topic. We'll probably do that one a little bit later. We have another report, another leak basically that gives us more information, like specifics about this next gen Xbox console / device. So we'll talk about that. Don't go up there, boss. Come on. We'll talk about that because there's some new things we're learning, although not surprising, but just keeping up to date with all the PS6 and next gen Xbox reports and rumors. But we're also going to be talking about the PlayStation Portal because there's I mean, look, a lot of people I think who own the PlayStation Portal would consider this a game-changing update, where apparently Sony's getting ready to update the Portal to where you can just stream any game you own from the cloud. Any game you own digitally. It's not a select game, like a small selection of games. Any game. If you're subscribed to PS Plus Premium, I think that's annoying. The only annoying part of it. But still, this is a major functionality that is seemingly going to be added to the PlayStation Portal that was never originally supposed to be there. And I think that's the big deal here, is this is something that dramatically changes the use case of this device that, if you bought it when it first came out practically 2 years ago at this point, it was something that we thought of like, oh, it would be cool if it could do this, but it doesn't. But that's okay. But now we're hearing apparently, and yeah, that's the thing. Perfect Image. The Portal can do that now, but the thing is, the only games you can stream from the cloud to the Portal as of right now are a small curated selection of games. And so this rumor or this report that we're going to go over claims, and it comes from Sony. That's the thing. Like, it seems like Sony accidentally revealed it. It seems like the way it's going to work is if you have a Portal and you're subscribed to PlayStation Plus Premium, you will be able to access your entire digital library and stream those games through the cloud. Not through your PS5, through the cloud itself. So effectively, what somebody could do after this update, we don't know when it's coming, but if this update is real, which it seems like it is, effectively what somebody could do is they could, for $200, buy the Portal, subscribe to PS Plus Premium, and they can buy games through the PlayStation Store digitally and just play them that way, streaming. It's pretty interesting when you think about it, because it's like, this to me seems like the first time Sony's really kind of expanding. The first hint that they're really expanding the PlayStation Store outward a little bit, going beyond the home console. Although it's for their own handheld, so it makes sense. But Prince, you use the Portal to stream GTA 5. I need to get a Portal. I've really been wanting to get one. I've had like multiple instances recently where I could have used it. I don't know why I still don't have one. Listen, if I open that PO box, somebody just send me a Portal, all right? Because clearly, I don't know, for some reason I'm just not going to buy one. I don't know why. You're just going to wait for the PS6 Pro, Dillo? Digital Dude, you're saying, notice while this man stands tough, notice how MBG didn't have his hands up? Uh-oh. We got Digital Dude rapping again. Mind you, it's cheaper than Xbox Game Pass. That is true. That is true. Well, that's where we will start. I'm going to read this report very quickly from PlayStation Lifestyle. They say the PlayStation Portal's streaming capabilities currently allow users to either stream games from their PS5 to the handheld device or stream select games directly to the device without the console. However, a new leak suggests that a new streaming feature may be on the way. Boss, I'm not doing this, bro. I'm not doing this today. Hold on. I'm going to finish reading this report, but I can't have boss getting in the way. I'm dropping these treats now in good faith that we will hit 25 members today at some point. I just want to make sure I can talk to you guys about this. And Michael Lynch with a $5 super chat. Thank you for that, buddy. He says, don't you think 100% of people would rather have the upcoming handheld over the Portal? I think it depends, Michael. I mean, with this update that Sony is apparently going to roll out, it seems to me that I don't know. It seems to me that Sony still wants the Portal to be relevant even after this dedicated handheld comes out. That's kind of how I'm reading it. But the PS Plus subscription is the thing that gets me. Ain't no way, digital dude. What is this? Oh, okay. The PlayStation Plus monthly games for November. Okay, so I'm going to finish reading this report, but just as an aside here, the PlayStation Plus monthly games for November 2025 were revealed, the PlayStation Plus Essential games, and the headliner is Stray for PS5 and PS4. Highly, highly recommend Stray. I platinumed that game. Fantastic game. Really enjoyed it. The second game is WRC or EA Sports WRC 24. It's a PS5 game. And the third one is Totally Accurate Battle Simulator for PS5 and PS4. So I don't know what that is. But there you go. Those are the monthly games for November. Your cat bias is showing. It is, indeed. So it says here, according to a Reddit post by Get the Wets On, I hate that name, on the PlayStation Portal subreddit, a new feature is listed on games found on the PlayStation Store when using the PlayStation app. Specifically, the message reads, buy this game and then stream and play instantly on the PlayStation Portal or PS5, only with PS Plus Premium. This seems to suggest that players will be able to buy a game and stream it on their PlayStation Portal device, no PS5 required. This message has since been removed from the PlayStation Store, so it seems Sony isn't quite yet ready to let players know about this feature. For now, it might be wise to take this with a grain of salt, as we currently do not know when or if the company plans to actually implement this PS Portal streaming feature. And so, yes, this is what people discovered, that this was on a game you could buy on the PlayStation Store. As of right now, prior to discovering this, this was just not a thing. And so I think this is 100% happening. I think this is real, and I think this is going to be announced sooner rather than later because Sony themselves accidentally revealed it. This was something that was put on the PlayStation Store. Perfect Damage, you called this. Matt, you're saying incredible feature as I travel a lot for work. I've seen a lot of PlayStation Portal owners basically super hyped if this is true, if this is happening. No, boss, no, you had plenty. You need to chill. You're very annoying. So, I mean, the question, I guess, at this point is when Sony's going to integrate this update or announce it, I should say. And going back to what Michael asks here, I mean, yeah, I'm not sure how many people would choose to buy a PlayStation Portal for this functionality over just buying the upcoming native PlayStation handheld. It could ultimately be that if you're okay with streaming games through the cloud, maybe it is cheaper to buy a Portal and a PlayStation Plus premium subscription. It could be that. And John Console says that's kind of like GeForce Now. John Console instead of John Constantine. It's kind of like GeForce Now. Yeah, I've heard good things about GeForce Now. People are saying that Sony is a little bit late to this, which I think is true. I think it's true. But better late than never. I mean, I didn't know if Sony was going to implement this for the Portal. I thought it would have been something that they saved for the new handheld, truthfully. Hellbound, you're saying, does this mean that you can stream the games you already own? That's the implication. The implication here. Now, we have to be careful I have to be careful how far I go with this, because I don't know if this is just going to be like a select group of games, but that kind of already exists through a PlayStation Plus premium subscription. People are very much reading this as Sony's going to announce that any game you either bought digitally and own digitally or are planning on buying digitally, as long as you're subscribed to PlayStation Plus Premium, that like this seems like it's going to be a new PS Plus Premium feature, is what it seems like. It seems like Sony's going to announce some kind of upgrade for Premium where they're going to say, if you're a Premium member, any game you have digitally, you can stream now on the portal, right? That seems to be what they're gearing up to announce. And so, yeah, that would mean that any game you currently own digitally, I mean, yeah, it would be weird if they had some kind of caveat where only select games. If they did it that way, I think people would still appreciate it, but it would make it feel kind of disjointed. If this is just like a sweeping announcement, you know, just a sweeping announcement where here's a new PS Plus premium feature, and if you own a portal, here you go. You can take this thing on the go, and that's, I think that's kind of like the interesting thing is you can kind of already do this right through your PS5, but this to me is just a sign that Sony is going to be more willing. I think this is just another sign that they're prepping for a proper native handheld. Because I think this is something they would need to have there if you're going to sell a full-blown handheld. Because the idea for the upcoming PlayStation handheld, what's going to be so different about it compared to the Portal is it's, going to run, you would assume, most games natively. But the truth is, we don't know how many games are going to run natively on the PlayStation 6 handheld. We don't know if it's going to be half the PlayStation 5 library, a third, you know, two-thirds. We don't know. It's up to the developers. So what Sony's going to have to make sure of is that if you do invest in buying an upcoming PlayStation handheld, whatever, PS6 handheld, whatever it's going to be called, they want to make sure, that you still have access to your library, even if that is through cloud gaming. If they can't offer that, then people are going to be really struggling, I think, to see a reason to own this thing. So if it's like you can literally only play half your games, well, you could play half your games natively, the other half you can stream. There's a difference there for a lot of people. And John Console with a super chat says Amazon lays off over 10,000 in the gaming division. All they're all gone. AI to replace those positions. MMO New World will shut down next year. Thought it'd be a topic. I didn't 10,000. I saw that Amazon layoffs were trending. I didn't realize it was for gaming. Hold on, let me see. Bloomberg. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, here we go. Bloomberg layoffs to hit Amazon gaming division. Hold on, let's do a little side quest. I'll be honest, sometimes I forget that Amazon even has a gaming division. Oh my God. Amazon Corporation is set to announce a significant round of layoffs today. According to sources from Reuters and Bloomberg, it's reported that up to 30,000 employees will lose their jobs. What? Bro, 30,000? That's absurd and disturbing. 30,000. And we have Sean Mitchell. Sean, thank you so much for the super chat, buddy. You're saying, what's up, MBG? I finished Silent Hill F at the end of the weekend. Good game, although found the ending a bit meh. Have you had a chance to try Battlefield 6 Battle Royale? I think Warzone could be cooked. Well, I'm happy to hear you finish Silent Hill F. I will say, Sean, from what I understand about Silent Hill F, you have to get the other endings. You have to do like multiple playthroughs and get the other endings. Apparently, you need to do that in order for the entirety of the story to make complete sense. So there's stuff that you may not be Like, you may not have the full ending is what I'm trying to say. So you might want to look into that. I have not played the Battle Royale for Battlefield 6. I don't think I'm going to. I I haven't really heard anything about. I mean, I know it was announced and it was shadow dropped. I don't know if it's good, if it's bad. I don't know what Battle Royale players are saying. I feel like I'm Battle Royaled out, man. I have to be honest. Like, the idea of another Battle Royale, I like Battle Royale, but I don't know. I played a crap ton of PUBG. I played over like probably 1,500 hours in PUBG, and I got my fill with it. And if it was like a Last of Us Battle Royale, it's like, yeah, hell yeah, I'm gonna try that. But I don't know, man. Like, I've been playing Battlefield 6, and I'm like, this is fine. I don't feel the need to go play a Battlefield 6 Battle Royale. And Warzone being cooked, I'm not sure. I don't know. People saying it's good. Right, you're saying I think the PS6 handheld will be able to do the same thing the Portal can, and plat directly from PS5 and PS6. Spartan, you're saying Silent Hill F requires multiple playthroughs for the whole story. Yeah, that's what I heard. I heard if you just beat the game the first time, you're only getting like a portion of the ending, apparently, which is not surprising. Silent Hill has always kind of been that way, but at least with Silent Hill F, it seems more focused in that, no, like, you do need to play it multiple times to actually get the true ending. Whereas I think, at least with Silent Hill 2 Remake, there were like alternate endings, different endings you could get. And you're saying, John, Amazon seen Microsoft layoffs and said, hold my beer. And Silent Spartan, bro. Spartan comes in, the membership monster. He drops 50 membership gifts for you guys. W's in the chat. He does it again. Silent Spartan, man. Thank you so much for that, bro. That's crazy.
Holy shit.
You dropped so much support on the channel, man. Seriously, thank you so much. Yeah, I have to get around the Silent Hill F. I'm going to be late to it. I'm playing that Metal Gear multiplayer tomorrow, man. You're going to be seeing me stream this Metal Gear multiplayer quite a bit, I think. But yeah, guys, 50 memberships dropped by Silent Spartan. Give him some thanks if you guys get a member gift. All right. He's been just dropping crazy support for the community the past couple months, and he's still going. And Corey the Legend Landiga comes in. Corey coming in, he's like, wait, I still got to drop 5 for you guys. So 50 from Silent Spartan, another 5 from Corey.
I'm no hero. Never was.
Thank you, guys. And
Never will be.
well, just like that, the goal is obliterated. So yeah, I gave them some treats earlier. Give them a little bit more. Oh, what, boss? Now you don't want any? Now you don't want any? No, he wants some. He didn't know what I was doing. Yeah, you can have a few more. I know. There you go. Thank you, guys. And yeah, just a reminder, if you get gifted a membership, go check out the member-only content when we're done with today's stream. We did a Morning with the Misses last Friday. It was a crazy one. It was a Halloween special. We hung out for a little while and chatted with you guys, but we played some horror games as well. So make sure you go check that out. And over, you're saying you haven't been gifted a membership in 2 years. That's a long time. Click the member icons at the top of the chat and just double check. Make sure you are opted in. Somebody said recently that they had to re-opt in for some reason. I don't know why, but just double check that. It won't hurt. But yeah, Spartan, bro, thank you once again for dropping 50 membership gifts, man. You are an absolute beast. And you've shown tremendous support to the community and the channel. So thank you so much, man. It's all good, Corey. Boss forgives you. Perfect timing, honestly, though. It's perfect timing. Let me update the member goal and we'll continue here. So yeah, I want to look over this Amazon report though real quick. I didn't realize that 30,000 layoffs, man. That's depressing. You know, I mean, look, I don't want to like put on that kind of fake, like, oh yeah, it's so bad. I'm sorry to hear about people getting laid off. I mean, it sucks no matter what. You know, it's like I can't do anything about it. None of us can. But dude, 30,000? Why? Like, dude, that's like unfathomable. And we'll see if we can push for 75. We'll see if we get there today. And John Console with a super chat says RedSec has a negative rating on Steam. Does anybody know why? Now, I only saw like 3 posts from I think streamers about it. I don't even know who these streamers were. Like their names are familiar to me, and I don't know if they were like Call of Duty streamers. One of them said like I didn't think it could be it was possible to make a boring battle royale, and then I saw somebody else like later that day say like RedSec is like way better than Warzone or something like that. Oh yeah, and Michael Werneth was asking you guys to please hit that like button as well. Yeah, make sure you're liking the stream, guys. We're over 50 likes, so let's see if we can bump that up to 75. I'd appreciate that. Um, and Prince G, you're saying hyped to hunt foxes with you. MBG, shout out to the G unit. Dude, yeah, I'm ready for the Metal Gear multiplayer tomorrow. I'm very hyped. I hope I'm not let down by it. I don't think I will be. I have a good idea of what it's going to be and how it's going to play. But it's been a long time, man. It's been too long. The last time I played Metal Gear multiplayer was at the launch of Metal Gear Solid 5: The Phantom Pain with the online mode, and it was okay, but something didn't feel right. I'm like, it's lacking some, like it feels like they tried to oversimplify it, and in trying to oversimplify Metal Gear, they basically were creating just a very basic, like third person shooter with like super simple, almost useless stealth mechanics. This new Fox Hunt game mode, what I love about it so much, based off of everything I've seen, is it's staying true to the Metal Gear gameplay. Um, well, yeah, Matt. What's interesting is this Metal Gear multiplayer. I was looking more and more into it. Apparently, they've been developing it for years. Like, it's not. It is a mode, but it's like a really super well thought out, like intricately designed mode. And it's quite shocking because like when I was watching gameplay of it, I'm like, yeah, dude, this is like there could be a future with this because I think they nailed the essence of like how to perfectly combine stealth gameplay and action gameplay and give you the choice of how you want to play it in a multiplayer environment. So we're gonna play it together. I'm gonna be playing it as soon as it goes live, and I'll be doing some streams. So please look forward to that. But looking over, excuse me, says reports indicate that the layoffs will affect several key Amazon divisions, including the gaming sector. However, the exact number of staff to be cut from the gaming teams is unknown. The media state that through these layoffs, Amazon aims to optimize costs and offset the overhiring that occurred during the pandemic. Additionally, at least partially, the staff reduction is attributed to a focus on developing artificial intelligence technologies. Back in June, Amazon's CEO, Andy Jassy, I guess that's how you say his name, stated that the corporation intends to utilize AI for an increasing number of tasks, which in the future will lead to layoffs. Wow. Okay. So just straight up saying it. Let me see what else there is here. What was that game though? You said they're shutting down a game. I didn't even know Amazon had a game. What's the name of that game? Let me see. Go back to that super chat. MMO New World. Okay, thank you. New World. Yeah, what's the news on that? That rings a bell. I never played it. New World shutting down. PC Gamer. New World is dead. Amazon ends new content updates following massive layoffs. Says servers will be live through 2026. Amazon Games' best known MMO is still running, but it's done. Damn. It says, this comes as a genuine surprise to me, but not a shock, really. New World wasn't a huge hit by any means, but seemed a reasonably successful mid-tier MMO, which quite frankly is about as good as Amazon Games has managed. Its concurrent player count ebbed and flowed, but the peaks of 50,000 and 60,000 players suggested to me that the players are there. The failure is in keeping them engaged. New World Aeternum? I don't know how to say that, will remain available for purchase, and you'll still be able to buy in-game currency as usual, although I'm not sure why you'd want to, because let's face it, the countdown clock is now ticking. It won't be taken offline right away, but Amazon said it will continue to keep the games running smoothly, with bug fixes and server mergers as necessary. They say world bosses, bonus weeks, and some seasonal events will also continue. And they say Amazon only committed to keeping New World servers live through 2026. Damn, dude. I find it so strange that Amazon has not been able to find success in gaming. Uh, Perfect Image, you're blocked. Wait, I blocked you? How did I block you on X? Oh, damn. With the next handheld, I knew there wouldn't be exclusives. They would utilize PS Plus a lot, and the buy anything, or maybe like the play anywhere approach, I guess, is what you're kind of referring to. You're 160 hours in Yote. That's impressive. 160 hours, dude. That is a lot. I guess I'm sorry for block. I don't know. I must have had a reason to block you, or maybe it was accidental. That's weird. Perfect Image. What's your? I don't know how to unblock you now. If you give me your if you give me your name, yeah, we're gonna talk about that next, Corey. Give me your name, your Twitter handle, I mean, and I'll go unblock you. I don't know. That's weird. Muhammad, you're saying MBG Xbox fanboys are having a meltdown. And John Console says New World. It's free on PlayStation at the minute, I think. Yeah, I remember seeing this game a couple times, but I never played it, and I don't know. Has anybody here played New World? Like, is anybody here surprised by this news or upset by it? I'm just surprised that Amazon hasn't been able to find a greater level of success in gaming, and it's so interesting because you see like Amazon involved with gaming, Netflix is involved, Meta to a degree is involved, obviously, and then you have like I don't know, you have all these big players involved, but it feels like they just haven't been able to figure it out. I mean, even with like Google and Stadia, it was like, what was that, bro? Like, what was that? So I don't know. I don't know. That's crazy though. 30. I mean, and they talk about AI. This is where I think we're approaching a slippery slope, man. We are. Like, I understand why corporations, if they can replace certain jobs with AI, I understand from a business oriented perspective why they're going to do that. From a bottom line perspective, why it would benefit them to do that. But I just hate the fact that there seems to be a complete disregard for like what this could do for the the entire, like, just the workforce in general, and how it's like, bro, you're just gonna drop 30,000 people. And here's what's crazy to me: they're blaming like overhiring during the pandemic. I'm like, bro, soon it's gonna be like we're 6 years removed from the pandemic. Like, how long can we keep pointing to that? You know, I feel like that's a bit of an excuse to try to make it seem like this isn't as egregious in the name of AI as it seemingly is. But that's a shame, man. 30K. Yeah, you're right, man. They looked at Microsoft and were like, "Hold my beer." I don't even know how big Amazon's gaming division is. Mm. And John Console with another super chat says, just like Microsoft CEO has pointed out, Sean Layden said in 2024 that TikTok is a bigger threat to gaming companies than anything. Said they are losing the next gen kids already to apps like it. Thoughts? Yeah, so I have to think about how many thoughts I want to give on this, because I put out like multiple posts on Twitter that have gone viral in covering this Microsoft stuff, which is cool, you know? But I'm getting a lot of flack because they're like, "That's all you do is cover Xbox." Like, dude, I don't know, man. Like, this is what's coming out. We're talking PlayStation, but my thoughts on this, I think it's 50-50. I do. Andy, yeah, I saw the trailer. It looks good. It looks really good. My thoughts on this are, I think this perspective that some of these gaming executives, or like Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella, that we have to worry about TikTok, we have to worry about short form videos, I think they're 50% correct. And the reason I say 50% is because there is no denying that, like, yeah, this is taking over. Um, TikTok, YouTube Shorts, Instagram, just short form video content has completely taken over. It drives me nuts. It's not all bad, but my God, a lot of it is bad, bad. It's like sometimes I look through this stuff and I'm like, what is happening? But then I realize there's no point in me asking that question. I just have to accept what it is and try to make sense of it. Um, I do think that there are many, many gamers of all ages, whether they be young kids or older, but it's probably more applicable to the younger generations, where time is like the currency now. We need your time. We need you to spend time on our platform, on our product, on our game, on our whatever, right? Everybody's fighting for your time, and there's deep levels of psychological manipulation, unfortunately, even like hormonal manipulation or chemical manipulation of the brain to make this happen. These corporations hire, world-renowned leading experts in these fields to how can we keep that dopamine drip going? How can we get the dopamine drips to hit quicker and hit harder so that way people stay on our app and stay on our platform and don't go anywhere else? They don't need that. You don't need if you can. The one thing I will say is, if you look at this from like a deeper perspective, the reason why Satya Nadella is not completely wrong is because what he's ultimately acknowledging is the dopamine drip. I mean, I'm sure you see all these videos that have proliferated the internet at this point, where it's like the dopamine detox, how your brain is, how you're addicted to dopamine and all this stuff. And it's true. It's actually true. These applications and now even live service games are being designed in such a way where they want you to get that constant hit. And you don't even know it. Especially kids, especially, the younger they are, they don't know that their brains are essentially being chemically manipulated. They're using your own biology against you, is what I'm trying to say. This is what Satya Nadella, if you really look deeper into it, that's what he's acknowledging, is the reason why people are not going to get off of TikTok to go play a game, even if that game is something that's, aggressively trying to give you that dopamine drip every 30 seconds, is because these short form video platforms have seemingly mastered how to manipulate that to just like they've like maxed it out essentially. And the end result is, billions of people potentially on these platforms that are like, I don't need to go anywhere else. I don't need to go anywhere else. I got my fix here. Spartan, you got to head out, man. All right, bro. Yeah, I hope you're able to finish the rest of the stream later. Thank you so much for stopping by, and again for dropping such incredible support, bro. I really, really appreciate it. So enjoy the rest of your day, and I hope to see you, later in the week. And John Console, you're saying Amazon, like Netflix and Microsoft, will be using AI to make short form AI games. That's what kids are playing on mobile and tablets these days, attention span. And you say the EU is trying to ban microtransactions. Save the kids. Yeah. I mean, I do worry about this, John Console. I worry about where this leads. This tug of war between corporations and in trying to, you know, trying everything they can to get, to just keep you. It's not even about just the spending of money anymore. It's just to keep you there, man, to keep you engaged with their thing and not the competitions. And you could argue it's always been like this, but it's never been fought on this front. It's always looked like my movie has to be better than your movie. My TV series has to be funnier than yours or more entertaining than yours. My video game needs to be, more satisfying from beginning, middle, and end than your video game does. My book needs to have a better story and better characters. This is different where it's like my product needs to make you feel like you're winning at the casino every 30 seconds. And then, another corporation is like, well, we can do that too, but can we get that down to every 15 seconds? What if we can get it down to every 5 seconds? What if we can just fry your brain out to where every time you open your phone or you open your tablet, or even if you go on a live service game, it's like you're in a casino, except you're not just in the casino, you're constantly winning. It's getting to a point where it's like, what is the end game here? And it's concerning. It is concerning. I don't think it's all doom and gloom. I think a lot of people are waking up to this realization. I think this is why you see so much of this content on YouTube of like dopamine detoxes, more and more people saying, I got to get off my phone or I got to engage less with this stuff because they're beginning to realize that this is like, I hate this. I know this is going to be like a crazy comparison, but this is almost like our generations or the younger generations, like cigarettes to a degree, to a small degree, where it's like in the same way that people would get addicted to cigarettes, not realizing that like this is an extremely addictive substance that's actually horrible for your health. It's kind of happening with technology today, where it's like these applications you're engaging with are actually incredibly addicting in the same way because of how they manipulate the chemicals in your brain and the reward function in your brain and how that works. And over time, it's also going to be very detrimental to your health. Maybe not exactly the same as cigarettes, of course, because cigarettes are horrible, but I'm just saying that there's always this kind of nefarious nature behind these things where it's like, why are these corporations fighting this hard to get everybody, frankly, like addicted? Because that's the thing. These corporations, they understand that if you can get people addicted to your product, doesn't matter what it is, doesn't matter whether it's a cigarette, a piece of food, a video game, a video application, it doesn't matter. If they can get you addicted, if they can manipulate your brain chemistry to feel like you constantly need it, then they know they got a customer for life. More than likely. They got somebody like, good luck leaving now. And I know that sounds a bit dramatic, but we've seen it play out time and time again. We've seen it play out on multiple fronts. And the reason why I said, getting back to that question about what Microsoft is saying, the reason why I said it's 50-50 is because I think Satya Nadella is 50% incorrect in the sense that I do believe he's being somewhat disingenuous when he says our competition is not gaming. Our competition is not other games or gaming platforms. I think that's a bit disingenuous because it's like, well, it is. It is. Okay, Josh, thank you for giving me the heads up. Right now, the voice is not coming through. So when you're done sending them, I'll play them in order and then I'll respond to them. So just let me know in your final chat. Let me know that it's the final one, all right? Let us compete. Famous last words. He didn't say where he was going to compete. With what? But the reason why I think he's being somewhat disingenuous is because, I mean, come on, man. Like, Satya Nadella knows Sony knows this too. Sony wants this. Nintendo as well, just to, they're not pursuing it nearly as aggressively. But what Satya Nadella, as the CEO of Microsoft, is after is the same thing at the end of the day that Sony, Microsoft, and every company involved in gaming is after. So because of that, like, yes, there is still competition there. But I understand that Microsoft, they're they have to look strong at all times. Microsoft can never look like they've lost because they're too big to lose, right? They're the amount of shareholders that they have to appease, it's absurd. And like, it's easier for Microsoft to position themselves as, oh yeah, no, we're too big to worry about competing with those guys. They're over there or below us. We're competing with TikTok. They're the top dog. And it's like, well, yeah, but it's like, how are you going to compete with, it's like you're talking about the idea or insinuating the notion that you're leapfrogging other competitors that already kind of beat you. And I'm not console warring. I'm just saying, like, you've kind of struggled against them quite a bit, and you can never really overcome that. So this idea of like, well, we're gonna leapfrog that and aim bigger, and it's like, okay, smart move PR wise. Practically speaking, I don't know how that's gonna work, because like you couldn't figure out how to take down Sony and Nintendo. But maybe, I don't know, maybe Microsoft will figure out what's like, hey, we can't take down Sony and Nintendo. Maybe we can take down TikTok. Maybe they can. But it feels somewhat disconnected and disjointed for Satya Nadella to frame it that way while not really talking about the other gaming competitors, because it's like, I don't know, man, because it's like, yes, you need to compete with TikTok technically, but here's what I think is more realistic. I think what's more realistic is you're going to have people playing your game and they're going to take little breaks in between to check their phone. That's what I think. I think that's the most realistic outlook. You know why? Because I think that's exactly what happens right now. I think there are probably millions of people who play single player games. They'll sit there for maybe 30 minutes, maybe an hour, and they'll play that game, and then they'll pause it. Or maybe they hit a save spot, or they complete a chapter. They pause it, put the controller down. They'll pick up their phone, scroll for a little bit, 5-10 minutes, put it down. They'll continue their game. Or especially if they're playing a multiplayer game, right? They're playing a multiplayer game in between rounds. You can check your phone. In between deaths, sometimes just check your phone. I say this because sometimes I do that, when I'm playing multiplayer. Um, and I understand what he means when he says, like, we are competing with TikTok, we are competing with short form video. You are competing with the phone. You are competing with all these other apps. But at the same time, like, let me take a step back. Satya Nadella is almost he mentioned innovating with a new form of content in gaming. He said this in an interview that was just published and transcribed. And then he mentions TikTok. He mentions competing with TikTok. I would love to know. I'm sure we're going to find out. I would love to know what is he's hinting at something. He's basically hinting that Microsoft, not saying they're going to be successful with it, they're going to try to do something with video games. At least this is my read into it. This is my interpretation. Microsoft wants to be the TikTok of video games. That's basically what I'm hearing. And I have no idea what that looks like, because I feel like, well, that kind of already exists through mobile gaming, but maybe that's all he means. Maybe he just means that they're going to take a much more mobile gaming based approach to fight for people's attention span. I don't know. I think there's a lot of right now. I think there's a lot of pivoting going on for Microsoft. There's a lot of if not downplaying might be too strong of a word, but I think they're trying. I think Microsoft, everybody who's speaking at Microsoft, Phil, Satya, Sarah Bond, Matt Booty, they're all trying to do the same thing, which is they're trying to redirect your focus. Like, listen, we're telling you what you should focus on. Don't worry about this, worry about this. And I think that's very intentional because I think a lot of it's true, but I think it's just it's a revelation. Another revelation that yeah, they're truly going in a different direction now and chasing. I don't know. It feels like they're beginning to chase the dragon here, where it's like when you were chasing Sony, when you were chasing Nintendo, that felt tangible. What you're beginning to chase now at a corporate level, considering how big Microsoft is, maybe it's tangible, but it feels like it's, I don't know, it feels like it's hovering in the space of like, Microsoft, are you sure this is where your greater ambition should lie? Because it's like, bro, I don't know. I good, like, you want to get people off of TikTok? Good luck. If Sony said that, I'd be like, good luck, Sony. Like, really, it's like, good luck. I don't know. Like, we're seeing a level of manipulation through brain chemistry that we've never seen before in this space. Good luck. It's very interesting, though. It's very interesting stuff. And John Console with 2 more chats says Microsoft made a net income of $101 billion in 2025. That's disgusting. Already said what Microsoft is doing. AI short form games. Oh, yeah. AI short form games. There you go. Boom. There's the answer. I said I didn't know, but there it is. They said it. You said it. It's right in front of us. AI short form games. No, man. Dude, please, God. I don't know. Like, I always want to be the person that's like, maybe it won't be as bad as we think. Maybe it won't be as bad as we think. But like AI short form games, I don't know. That sounds bad. With ads every 5 minutes. Hold on one sec, guys. Hold on. With ads every 5 minutes, man. That sounds horrible. Is Leon getting revealed today? No. No, Leon's not getting revealed today. Josh, you sent all the messages? All right. Let me I'm going to play them. Thank you, Josh. I appreciate that, buddy. Let's see what you're saying here. All right. So I'm just going to read the first one. You said, hey, MBG, heads up. I'm going to send a handful of chats on my thoughts for the next box. You may want to silence the notification sound until I send them all. And so here we go.
To preference this, I want you to know I calculate gross margin and profit margin every day as part of my job. I believe Microsoft is hyping up lies. Xbox says they are going for a premium next-gen hardware that will offer Steam, and they are also looking for a 30% profit margin. So for example, if the BOM to make the hardware costs $700 and they are going for a gross margin of 30%, then the system would cost $1,000. Thing is, that profit margin is far more than gross margin, which could push the cost of the device higher than $1,000, so I doubt this device is going to be that much more premium than PS6 if the thing only costs within a couple hundred more to make. Not to mention if it's running / offering Steam, it probably won't offer a custom bespoke dev environment, which will encourage the industry to skip an Xbox release and just release it on Steam. PS6 will most likely get the better performance.
Very interesting, Josh. Well, thanks again for dropping so many direct donations there. Yeah, there's been a lot of discussion recently. Yeah, I'm gonna try my best not to make this entire stream. Sorry, yeah, sorry to spam the notifications there, but I just wanted to make sure I got all of his messages out. Um, I don't want the entirety of it's hard because Mike. I mean, let's face it, Sony's being very quiet right now, and we have a couple of leaks, PS Plus games to go over, but a lot of what Microsoft is doing right now is making headlines for good reason. It's making headlines because Microsoft they're sending some big signals. I feel like for most of us this is not surprising. Like we all kind of saw this coming, or most of us here, but we're seeing a lot of the wider industry beginning to kind of open their eyes and be like, oh, and you still see some people that are still a bit confused. But one of the things that's been making the rounds a lot lately is this new device, this console. And one of the things that we've heard numerous times, and it's what you're talking about, Josh, is how expensive this box is going to be. Microsoft said themselves it's going to be very premium, very curated, very high end. And one of my posts that went completely viral on Twitter, which I was not expecting. I think I gave Windows Central a lot of clicks, man, which is fine. I mean, that's the report we're going to go over. But one of the things I said is that this box is rumored to be $1,000 and $1,500, somewhere in that ballpark. And there was a lot of people I noticed that they were just kind of in denial about this, or they're just not going to believe it until Microsoft announces it. And it's like, I get that. There's nothing wrong with waiting for the official confirmation, but every single person who is in the know about this upcoming device from Microsoft, they're all saying the same thing, especially those who understand the bill of materials, like Kepler L2. They're telling you that, like, dude, listen, this thing's going to be minimum $1,000, like minimum. It's because it's just not going to be possible. Like, the only way it would be possible, possible is not the right word. Practical. It's not practical for Microsoft to say, we're just going to eat hundreds of dollars on every box we sell. We're just going to do that. The only time that would even remotely be practical, even remotely, is if they were very confident that they would make that money back and then some through their storefront. But the fact, it's exactly what you're saying, Josh. The fact that they're going to have Steam on there, and that, let's face it, that's where people are going to buy. That's where people are going to buy. The reason for I'm convinced that the reason why the next Xbox is going to have the Xbox storefront at all is for backwards compatibility. For any lingering developers that are still making Xbox versions, but mainly for backwards compatibility. And that backwards compatibility is going to be the main differentiating factor, the biggest differentiating factor between it being a console versus it being a PC. Because on PC, you cannot play Xbox console games. You cannot play Xbox console games on PC. So Microsoft is going to come out with this device that's essentially everything about it will be a PC. Its form factor will probably even look like a PC. Feasible. There you go. Thank you, Corey. That is the word I was looking for. Everything we're hearing about this device points in its PC. It's going to have full Windows. It's going to have Steam. It's going to have every storefront. But the big thing is, and it's going to be very expensive, but it's going to be able to apparently play all these games through backwards compatibility. Not every single Xbox game, every Xbox Series game, Series S game, every Xbox One game, and then any game that was part of the 360 and original Xbox backwards compatibility program. Those games will be playable on this device, and that is what's going to, I'm telling you, that's what people are going to look at and say, that's what makes it a console. That's what still makes it a console, because you just don't have access to that on PC. And so to get to the final point you were saying here, before I read these other super chats, is you were saying how you think developers, like, this is ultimately going to encourage developers, because you're mentioning a 30% profit margin, which is true. We did cover that report. You think developers are going to skip Xbox releases entirely and just do PC releases. I think Microsoft. Look, I know it sounds weird because it's like, why would they want that? But I don't think it's that Microsoft wants that, but I think it's that Microsoft has accepted that. I think Microsoft has accepted that one of the great sacrifices they're going to have to make in order to go in this different direction and pursue their greater ambitions beyond the console market is we're probably going to lose devs making Xbox versions. We solve that problem. That's think about it. That would be think about it. That would be the single greatest problem Microsoft could ever have with an Xbox console. Devs don't want to make games for our console. Devs are skipping our console. They have no incentive to make games for our console over the others and PC. How do you solve that? If you're Microsoft and you're in that conundrum, what's the solution to that problem? Very simple. Steam. We put Steam on our store, or sorry, we put Steam on our device. We don't have to worry about any dev skipping us ever. We'll have everything. Now, what are you sacrificing? You're sacrificing pretty much everything. If you think about it, you're like almost everything. You're sacrificing all that revenue that you would have gotten through your own storefront. And the only revenue that Microsoft is going to get from this box that they're putting out, there's two sources of revenue. The first is the initial purchase. I guarantee you this box is going to be sold at a high profit margin, which, again, they're telegraphing that. They're telling you this is going to be a premium curated box. It's like the PS5 Pro. It's like, we want to make some money on this. We're not trying to reach a mass market. We're not trying to convince you to buy it. We just want anybody who is going to buy it, we just want to know that we're making a good profit off of it. And hopefully they'll be happy because they'll get hopefully what feels like their money's worth, right? But that's going to be a small group of people. That's the first revenue source. The second revenue source is Game Pass. There's actually three revenue sources. The second is Game Pass. This is also why they increased the price of Game Pass, because they know that anybody who sticks around for Xbox hardware is probably also going to be subscribed to Game Pass, because those two things have gone hand in hand for pretty much the last decade. So that will continue, but now Game Pass is more expensive, therefore, again, higher profit margins. Less volume, higher profit margin. And the third revenue source will be, okay, sure, everybody who buys our next device is going to be using Steam. But we're selling a lot of games on Steam. So we may not be getting the 70%, or we may not be getting a 30% rip that we would otherwise be getting on our Xbox storefront, but we are getting a 30% rip through any game we own and sell through Steam. Steam will get, they'll get their cut. So all this is to say, Josh, that there's nothing inherently wrong with Microsoft's approach. And I notice people get very defensive. I especially notice this on Twitter. People get very defensive because they think that, at least for some reason, me, like, I'm coming at this from the angle of like, this thing sucks and, I hope it dies. Like, I hate you and I hope it dies. Like, it's not that. It's just the only thing that still gets to me a little bit, and this is where I talk about the denial, is like, the people, it's not the people who are hyped to buy this device and like the idea of it. It's the people who think that this is going to, they talk about it like, oh my God, this is going to revolutionize, like console gaming. And like, this is going to be a huge comeback for Microsoft. They're going to do so well with this. And it's like, you don't understand what's going on. And it's a little bit bothersome because, unfortunately, the people who don't seem to understand what's going on are like the loudest, most obnoxious individuals. Not all of them, but a lot of them. It's like, to simplify it as best I can, Microsoft is not interested in consoles anymore, man. They're not interested in consoles. They're not interested in hardware. They're doing hardware because they feel as though it's a necessary thing. They're not taking the full exit, just, get out, we're done, bye, we're closing shop. They're not doing that. which is smart. They shouldn't do it that way because it makes them look, what does it make them look like? What do we talk about? It makes them look weak. They can't look weak. They don't want to look weak. They're not going to look weak. Instead, they're gonna tell you, they're gonna look at you, they're gonna look at everybody. They're gonna say, we're gonna create a device that exists right now that you could buy right now. We're gonna add one feature to it, which is a nice feature, backwards compatibility, but we're gonna convince you that this is the big thing, or that this is the nice big innovative move we're making. And it's like, that's fine. You're doing your job as a corporation. You're supposed to hype it up as the next big innovation. But there are just too many people. There's just too many people that seemingly don't understand. Like, this is like, look, man, I've said it before and I'll say it again. PlayStation is Microsoft's biggest moneymaker now. Not Xbox, PlayStation. PlayStation. That's not me saying that's because Sony's the best. No. That's me telling you factually, like, bro, in gaming, PlayStation is Microsoft's new bread and butter. Not Game Pass, not this upcoming device that they're going to release for the few, not even Steam. Steam will make them a shit ton of money, but people don't see, I think there's just too many people who are involved in these conversations that don't understand, like Call of Duty, okay? Look at Call of Duty sales, look at Call of Duty revenue, and understand that 85% of that comes from PlayStation. Now, break down Microsoft's total gaming revenue and how much Call of Duty is responsible for that total revenue and those total profit margins. And you begin to realize how silly it was that Sony was ever like, they're going to take Call of Duty. Like, no, they're not, bro. And I believe Jim Ryan. I'm like, oh my God, they're going to take Call of Duty. No, dude. They're looking at you, Jim. They're looking at you, Sony. They'd be like, oh, you're going to make us a lot of money. You're going to make us so much money. It's going to be a good time. That's how Microsoft is looking at PlayStation with dollar bills signs in their eyes, man. Or like money signs in their eyes. And I think there's just a lot of people, not a lot, but there, again, a lot of vocal people that don't realize, like, dude, Microsoft is giving you guys something. They're going to give you a PC, and that's fine. And you know what? They're going to give you a bonus. They're going to say, buy this PC, but guess what? We'll sweeten the deal for you. You got backwards compatibility with Xbox console games. Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. Sure, it's going to cost you. It's going to cost you, but sure. And that's fine. Like, I'm glad, like, it's a good thing Microsoft is doing that, man, because it's like you know what the alternative is? We ain't giving a shit. Go buy a PlayStation. We're out. We're done. Go buy Call of Duty on PlayStation and then buy the Battle Pass. Peace, you know? They're not doing that. They're not saying just go subscribe to Game Pass on PC, we're done. Well, that kind of is what they're doing. But you know what I'm saying? It could be worse. I just don't understand why there are still people in denial. And I guess it'll take some time. It's going to take a little bit more time. We're going to have to see the announcements happen. There are people who are in denial that, like, remember when I said it's 50% true and it's 50% not true what Satya Nadella said? I believe Satya Nadella. If Satya Nadella says we're not in competition with PS5, I believe him 100%. But what you are still in competition with is, well, you're making games, and so is Sony. There is always going to be that layer of competition. Microsoft says they want to be a great publisher. They want to be a big publisher. They are. They're already there. But now it's a matter of you got to keep people buying your games. You got to keep making those profit margins climb through those games. What are the two places you can do that most effectively? Those two places, or three even for that matter. Those 2 or 3 places already popped up in your mind. I don't even need to say it. You already know what they are. You already know what they are. Microsoft knows what they are. Everybody knows what they are. So the idea is to wrap, because, you know, Josh kind of got me going here, to wrap this up, and I'll read the rest of these super chats. Microsoft's device that they're releasing, You can buy it right now with one exception. There's only one thing you're not getting if you choose to buy a PC right now. The only thing you're not getting is backwards compatibility with Xbox console games. And to be fair, for people who are on Xbox right now, that might be a deal breaker, and I understand that. That's why I can understand why you're going to wait for that device. And maybe it doesn't make sense for you to just jump to a PC right now. This bridges that gap for you. And this is why I'm saying, like, it's not a bad thing. Like, this is the saving grace for Xbox players, in my opinion, because I'm telling you, man, that, like, if there's one thing that Phil probably did, it was this. I can't prove it, but I bet you Phil was like, no. You can cancel the traditional console, but you can't cancel all the hardware. You got to have something. And it's got to have backwards compatibility. We got to at least have that. I bet you Phil fought for that because something tells me that Satya Nadella, Amy Hood, I don't think they want anything to do with first-party hardware at all. Microsoft was all in with Surface until they weren't, and they're like, Surface is just an afterthought. Seems like they don't even care about it anymore. I haven't heard anything about Surface in years, and that's Microsoft's own flagship hardware, bro. It's all about the software. It's all about even the sub-services at this point before the hardware for Microsoft. So, anyway, I got a couple super chats I'm behind on. Thank you guys for waiting patiently as I go on my whole monologue there, rant, whatever. We have, oh, hold on. It's bugging out on me. Give me 1 second, guys. I have to refresh my studio because it's crashing. We have John Console. He says the One X Fly Apex handheld gaming PC and AMD Strike's Halo is launching in China soon. It's $1,200. Shit's getting expensive out here in gaming. It's apparently taking away the online paywall too. Yes, so thank you for reminding me of that. That was something that came out of this Windows Central report is apparently, and this makes sense because it's like, I don't know how you could offer Steam and still have a paywall. Apparently, one of the advantages you will have, just like right now, if you buy a PC, one of the biggest advantages you have is if you go to PC gaming and you want to do multiplayer gaming, you don't have to pay for anything. You know? You don't have to pay for a subscription. And believe me when I tell you, a lot of PC gamers, you know, that's a big deal for them. And it's understandable because it's like, yeah, if Sony told me I didn't have to pay to play multiplayer anymore, I'd be like, great. It's fucking great, you know? I don't mind paying for it. I'm just used to it at this point. It is what it is. You know, I'm on PlayStation. I'll continue to pay. Unless, I'll be honest, though, they could break me. Sony could break me. They got pretty close when they raised the price of Essential. I'm like, bro, I just got charged for that again, by the way. I forgot. It's like $80 for PlayStation Plus Essential. And I was like, I think I had like auto renew on. And I'm like, I'm like, what is this? I didn't pay $80. Well, I didn't buy anything for $80. And they're like, oh, it's your PS Plus. And I'm like, okay. You got me right before Metal Gear. I see what you did. No, I mean, it's my fault. I didn't turn auto renew off. But I was going to pay for it either way. What I'm trying to say here is that it's been that way for Xbox as well. You've had to pay to play multiplayer. And with this upcoming device, what we're hearing right now is that apparently you're not going to have to pay to play multiplayer. So it leans more into, you know, it leans more into the notion that, this is going to be a PC. You know, like people are going to buy this device to play on Steam and they're going to expect things to be exactly the same as if they were on a PC right now with Steam. That's pretty good. Laman, you're saying Ben Studio are working on a new sci-fi action RPG game, which is a time travel RPG. They are even collaborating with a South Korean studio Nexon on it. And you're saying production started 2 months ago? Yo, is this a scoop, Laman? What's your source on this, bro? Because that sounds fascinating. A space RPG with time traveling. Huh. Corey, how welcoming of you. Laman has the leaks. Why do they hate Days Gone so much? Saying a space game. Gaming Survivor, you're heading out, man. I appreciate you stopping by for a while, bro. Ray with a $2 super chat, by the way, says Xbox is pushing the Xbox players from console to PC. They are, and that's why I think the backwards compatibility, like, the backwards compatibility to me is a signal that they want to still try to hold on to some people. That's the big thing for me, because if Microsoft truly, and I mean truly, were like, we want you to go to PlayStation, they wouldn't offer backwards compatibility. They would literally just put out just a PC. And they would tell console players, if you want to keep playing your Xbox games, keep your Series X, keep your Series S, and use that for backwards compatibility. The fact that they're going out of their way to make this a reality tells me not that I don't think it's that they're trying to win people over, because the price point's going to ensure that won't happen. But it is to move people over. Like, again, those Xbox players that are left, I think Microsoft, they want them to go to their final resting spot. I think that sounds like a crazy way to word it, but I don't, for lack of a better term or a better description, they want them to go to their final resting. Like, this is the final stop for Xbox, which is, it is a PC. It is a full fat Windows PC that you can treat like an Xbox if you want. And there you go. And I think, yeah, like, I feel like I can tip my hat to Microsoft for that. Like I said, I can give them a level of respect for that, because it's like, listen, I'm not on board with the direction you're going in personally. It seems like, to me, I am seeing that exit sign, like you're getting off you've reached your exit. But the fact that they're building that bridge for those that are left on the Xbox console, I can respect that, because they don't have to do that. They're going to make them pay for it. To be clear, they're going to make them pay for it. They're not going to just give it to you. But, they could just literally kick your ass out and say, go to PC. Go buy PlayStation. We don't care. For a lot of people, they've already felt that way, but, But yeah, I mean, it's for all intents and purposes, it's going to mainly be a PC. And I do agree. There was one thing I forgot to mention. I do agree with what Josh said. I think more developers are going to just say, we're just going to release our PC version. If we release just a PC version, that's also going to release on this device via Steam, right? So we're covered. We're going to be on that device. And if you're the player on that device, you're not going to be upset that there isn't an Xbox version, because you have a Steam version. And you were probably already playing on Steam if you bought this device anyway. Or that was your intention. So basically, let me tell you, here's the description. The next hardware from Microsoft is going to be a PC that offers backwards compatibility with Xbox games. That's what it is. That's what you're getting. That's the innovation. And that's fine. In a way, I guess that is an innovation, because yes, it's not available right now. But that's what it is. It's a premium, high-end gaming PC that will offer backwards compatibility with Xbox games. And that's what it is. But I do think because of that, devs are going to say, well, if we can just make two versions of this game, the PS5 and the PC, because I want you to think about this for a second, right? Imagine if this device was out at the same time that Black Myth Wukong launched. If you were an Xbox player who bought this device, you would not miss out on Black Myth Wukong, because you would have Steam there. But there would be no Xbox version. There would be no drama around an Xbox version, because it would be understood and accepted that there is no Xbox version because you have the Steam version. You see what I'm saying? And so, yeah, I do think that Xbox versions of games are going to go away. I don't think it's going to happen overnight. I don't think it's going to be like I think when the PS6 is out, you're still going to see some stuff. But let me go see what else Laman is saying real quick. Yaron, hold tight. I'm going to read your chat in a second. I'm just curious. He's saying, MBG, for my regular source here at PlayStation PR, number one, Remedy Entertainment went to Sony for acquisition and was turned down in 2023. Really? I find that difficult to believe. Dude, there's no way Sony would turn down Remedy. I don't know about that one, bro. Sony would be out of their minds to turn down Remedy. You're saying too, PlayStation Studios has an Uncharted multiplayer in development since 2024. Yo, hold on. Laman, you're telling me after all these years, Sony's going to come back with Uncharted and be like, we heard you. We're bringing Uncharted back. Multiplayer. Yo, I'd play it. I'd try it. Sony believe that Uncharted multiplayer with story elements will exceed, or maybe you meant to say increase its subscription numbers, get them even higher. Former Rockstar dev is the lead to make it happen. Ben Studio were working on a new sci-fi action RPG game. I predict that a former Guerrilla dev, Angie Smets, will now be president after Herman Holst. I could see that, yeah. Science fiction action RPG game. It's not set in space. Oh, okay. So you're saying Sony Ben's game is not set in space. It's a science fiction action RPG game. You're saying PlayStation PR in France and Sweden. I've heard nothing on those games. Jack, Sly, Gravity Rush, Bloodborne. You're saying the Ratchet and Clank IP is dead? Sony were not happy with the sales? I guess, Laman, we'll see, bro. We're going to find out. You've been giving us some scoops throughout the past couple months. We'll see if any of them turn out to be true. Yo, I'll tell you what though, if an Uncharted, that's true. Yeah, Laman, you did contact me, and he seems to have some level of source and credibility. I mean, I can't vouch for you entirely because a lot of the stuff you're saying, we have to see if it turns out. I will say this though, bro, if an Uncharted multiplayer gets announced, be like, yo, Laman called that shit. He told us. Well, my question is, if an Uncharted multiplayer is in development, who's making it though? That would be my question. Because there's not, I mean, it would have to be a lot. I'm going to flip a desk, bro. Actually, I just thought about it. If an Uncharted multiplayer game is made, I'm going to flip a desk and freak out. Because it's like, we would get an Uncharted live service before we get a Last of Us, wouldn't we? Sony's new strategy going forward will be acquiring Asian developer game studios. They're not happy with Western studios. The Uncharted multiplayer will be... I will say, I recall Herman saying that in the past. Herman did say how he believes storytelling can, like, PlayStation's storytelling can be interwoven with their live service games. I will punch air. Yeah, I'll actually punch air. So you're saying a California PlayStation studio is handling the Uncharted game? There were rumors of that a while ago, Diego, like Sunset Overdrive being released for PS5, but I don't think it's happening. I don't know. I mean, we'll see, Laman. We'll see what ends up happening. I mean, I'll tell you, Sony's been teasing Uncharted for years now. They've been teasing Uncharted for years. Even just today when I was making my video and we were talking about the PlayStation Portal rumor, when I was making that video, I brought up a It was like an Astrobot video that they put out last year where they had like Astro Kratos, Astro Aloy. But at the very end, when you thought that, you know, the video was over, when you thought the video was over, they were like, here's Nathan Drake swinging on a fan, and we're playing the Uncharted music, and we're showing it just felt like, why did you guys save that stinger for the end? Like, it felt like they wanted to draw more attention to Uncharted specifically than all the other franchises, and I thought that was kind of strange. We know there's an Uncharted movie coming, a sequel, where Mark Wahlberg will actually have a mustache now as Sully. And I remember like 2 years ago, Uncharted was seemingly teased in another ad. So I don't rule out the idea of Uncharted being real. My question is whether or not, like, to me, what sounds suspicious about that is the idea of it being a multiplayer. That would be bizarre to me, only because that would mean another studio is working on it. And John Console, you're saying Sony ruled itself out of buying WB too pricey. I saw that. Yeah. No, somebody called that. John, I don't know if it was somebody like a week ago or 2 weeks ago was like, nah, they're not going to buy WB. Too expensive. They were like, yeah, it's $50 billion. I'm like, oh, yeah, that is too expensive. I didn't realize they were that much. Apparently they like doubled in value or something in the last 2 years. But I don't know, dude. I feel like that's probably a smart move. I would have liked to see Sony get their hands on some of those studios, maybe some of the IPs, but as a package deal, it's like, yeah, that would be so dangerous for Sony, dude. They would risk ruining their company. Yeah, or if it's really good, bro. I mean, you're saying there is a separate Uncharted game in development with Nathan Drake's daughter in the lead, 2027 release date. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So what we're looking at, if anything you're saying turns out to be true, we are looking at potentially a new single player Uncharted game. I think Naughty Dog's making that. We know Naughty Dog has a second game in development. Sean Eskag is the guy directing it. He directed Uncharted: The Lost Legacy. And yeah, I mean, it seems like Uncharted has been primed for a comeback for a while, and it would make sense that they continue it with Nathan Drake's daughter. Dwayne, what's going on, man? Oh, nice. I would like to get it at some point. T2, No Fate, at some point, yeah. That's cool that you got to see the MGS concert, though, man. My question is, if they're doing a multiplayer, and another studio is working on that multiplayer, what studio would it be? It would have to be a studio that could maintain it as a live service. I'm trying to think, are there any Nixxes? I don't think it would be Nixxes. Bungie? Yo, maybe. I don't know. No, I don't think it would be Bungie. I don't think it would be an external studio either. There's no way Sony would give a live service. Would they? A live service Uncharted to an external studio? Yeah, that would make sense, Laman. That would make sense. I don't doubt that. I'm sure Sony is not happy that they had to cancel so many games, dude. When you say they're behind schedule, I think, yeah, I think Sony probably feels the same way we do, where it's like we were supposed to have like double the amount of output. Even if they were live service games, they were supposed to come to market. They weren't supposed to get canceled like that. Not all of them anyway. And some of them still are, but well, I'm giving him a chance, Garrett. I'm giving him a chance. Garrett's raging. He's like, I'm gonna snap, bro. I mean, we'll see. We'll see if any of his information turns out to be true or not. We'll give it some time. Yeah, I'm gonna laugh. How fun, Garrett? How funny would it be though? Game Awards, like a month from now, Naughty Dog pops up. Uncharted multiplayer. That'd be so funny. Sony, please just listen. Sony, if you're listening, nobody at Sony's listening. But if you are, please reconsider doing something with The Last of Us multiplayer. Please. Come on. Do us that favor. A lot of our uncles are working at Sony. Oh, yeah, picking up Stellar Blade or picking up Shift Up as an acquisition. I think Sony's probably still interested in acquiring some smaller studios, maybe. But a lot of these independent studios, if they find success, they probably don't want to be acquired, you know? Oh, yeah, Ember Lab, they would have been good. Well, guys, let's talk about this God of War leak. You're saying Intergalactic is much worse than we think. The backlash will be greater than Last of Us Part 2. Oh, I can't wait. Oh, boy. Garrett's like, that's it. Garrett straight up like that Anchorman gif. I don't believe you. Let's see. We do need to move on to the next topic, though. We need to talk about God of War Bluepoint Games. We have a major leak. Okay, a leaky leak. What was that noise? That was weird. Okay, so MP first. We have a major report here, guys. We're getting our first look at the canceled God of War multiplayer game, but there may be some good news here. Some really good news, potentially. I don't want to get anybody overly excited. This is not officially confirmed, but when we put the pieces together, I think we're looking at something good here. So yeah, shout out to MP First. They've been doing some really great journalism for PlayStation specifically. They say Sony is clearly far from finished with the God of War franchise, with several projects currently in the works, ranging from a TV show for Prime Video to a heavily rumored 2D Metroidvania that would return to Greece, drawing inspiration from games like Blasphemous. Despite this robust slate, some fans may know that another project from the saga was scrapped not too long ago. A report at the start of the year mentioned PlayStation was cutting 2 live service projects from its first-party studios. These were unannounced games from Ben Studio, of which we revealed an early look at last year, and a multiplayer God of War game that was being developed by Bluepoint. This cancellation caught many by surprise, with details sparse beyond the fact that it was supposed to be a multiplayer game set in the God of War universe. Thankfully, we recently gained access to development screenshots that offer a detailed look at the game's planned setting. The screenshots from the project that were shared with us offer a good glance at an early stage of development, showing some assets and environments that were being worked on for the title. The first noticeable detail that we can get by looking at this gallery is that the game was clearly planned to return to a Greek setting. This is evidenced by the presence of Greek temples, classic artifacts such as pottery, and other details we will discuss later. They say in addition to the temple exteriors, we can see other environments, such as caverns and interiors, that appear to have been designed to accommodate multiple players, such as an armory stocked with weapons and shields. So look, let's see if I can bring this up for you guys, so you can see what these concept art pieces look like. Hopefully it will let me. Yeah, here we go. I have to shrink it down a little bit. Hold on. So Here's some here's some of the images. Again, this is from Bluepoint's canceled God of War live service game. And I don't think this is just artwork. Like these look like assets. Like these look like built out levels. Um so yeah, I mean this definitely looks like a return to Greece. There's another one here though. There's a second batch. If I could find it. This is the second batch. So it's crazy to think that like for the last couple years, this is what they've been working on. They've been working with the God of War franchise on a live service God of War. This looks like where you save the Oracle. Well, yeah, I'm just pay close attention to these because I think it gives us an idea of what Bluepoint's actually doing next. So I'm gonna continue here. It says another interesting detail for those familiar with the lore is that the apparent inclusion of the god Hades, at least in name, we were told that Hades would have been he would have been the owner of the armory as well as the yellow sulfur pools visible in the caverns. So if the game was meant to fit into the established canon at all, the involvement of a living Hades suggests a timeline prior to the events of God of War 3. That's if the game was meant to be canon in any way. Otherwise, it could have been an anything goes kind of game, not connected to the main God of War continuity beyond name. Another interesting thing to note is the clear Greek-inspired architecture evident in the buildings, but some environments look like they were plucked from God of War 2018 and Ragnarok. There appears to be a female statue holding a mask, which reminded us of the statues in the original God of War games, though we are not sure whether there is a god associated with wearing a mask. Then there's what appears to be statues of possibly soldiers holding a shield and spear, something that would associate that you would associate with Spartans. But their appearance also comes off as that of the I don't know how to pronounce the name. It's Einherjar, the Norse warriors who reside in Valhalla in God of War Ragnarok. You can also see several weapons on display that have a hint of green, which reminds us a little of the weapons the Berserkers and other enemies used in God of War 2018 and Ragnarok. Also, considering the size of the previously mentioned pools shown in comparison with the player mock-up, we can only speculate on whether they would have been would have had a specific function in terms of gameplay. Returning to Hades' armory, we notice that one picture shows the place looking different, as a red corrosion seems to have taken over the area. This state is described as a curse on the armory, suggesting that it could have inflicted a negative status effect on the players inside. In the end, though, PlayStation lacked confidence in the game's long-term viability. This move is understandable considering the poor reception most live service proposals receive from PlayStation fans, especially given the fairly recent example of Concord. Now, it was just reported that Bluepoint has started work on another project, a third-person melee action game with puzzles, according to job listings. The possibilities for the subject of their next project are wide, but the most hopeful Bluepoint fans are proposing a remake of the original God of War, a project many God of War fans have been requesting for years. Given Bluepoint's history of excellent remakes such as Shadow of the Colossus and Demon Souls, this would be a highly promising project. Furthermore, since we now know that the studio was already working within the Greek setting, they could potentially take advantage of the work and assets they've already developed and transition them into a full God of War remake. So, yeah, man, that's like the big thing here for me, and I think for most of us, is that it sucks that Bluepoint seemingly wasted so much time making a failed live service game. It sucks that it ended up getting canceled and just all that was wasted. But on the plus side, this could be, the silver lining is they realize, you know what? Maybe we should have just pitched an original God of War 1 remake. And if we do that now, we already kind of have a little bit of a head start because we've already done so much work Maybe that was the plan. Maybe the plan the whole time was try to make a God of War live service, make it in the Greek setting, and if worse comes to worse and we have to cancel live service, we can, we can almost like immediately pivot that into actually we're just going to transform it into a God of War 1 remake. I don't know. I don't know if this is going to turn out to be what they actually work on, but I have to say, man, like this has to be what they do. Like my question would be, knowing what we know now, knowing that they've been working on a God of War live service game, knowing through these leaked images that they were returning to Greece, I mean, what else? What if you were Bluepoint? What else would you pitch? What do you got? I see you guys fighting in the chat. Like, why is my chat always fighting with each other, man? It's fine. Chill. Calm down. Talk about God of War. Well, I mean, Gary, it's fine. You don't have to believe him. You don't have to believe him. I'm not saying I believe him 100% either. I'm just saying we'll see what happens. Just don't worry about it, Just we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. But I swear, if I see 3 other people pop up pretending to be insiders, a God of War 1 remake, though. The biggest thing, unfortunately, that I see people talk about with a God of War 1 remake is if they do remake God of War 1, people are immediately asking, or they're not even asking, they're like, they're going to go woke by not including, the mini game. Certain aspects of God of War 1 that, yeah, I mean, that's a risky one. What do you guys think of that? Like, what do they do? That mini game, yeah. I feel like that's a tough one because on one hand, I'm not gonna lie, I kind of get why you might want to take it out because it's like, it feels so disconnected from like the Kratos we now know. And it feels like it's like it's going back, but I don't know. Maybe they could do it more tastefully. Maybe that would be the better way. Because I mean, this mini game it's just pretty much like press circle to smash, tap circle to smash, and it is kind of silly. That's the thing. It's kind of silly, and I think if you completely remove it, you're asking for a lot of backlash. Maybe there's a way you can kind of have a middle ground, John Console says, will they cut Kratos getting it on with the boys? Whoa, wait. Hold on now. I mean, he was Greek, man. And, yeah, I don't know. People might want to be careful what they wish for. Kratos, more like Gatos, right? Oh, they think we're going to go woke and remove it. Oh, no, we're not removing it. We're adding to it. It's going to be a free-for-all up in here. David Jaffe would riot. I'm telling you, man, I think they can include it. But they just have to change it a little bit. They have to make it a little bit more, I don't know, tasteful, I guess. Anyway. Yeah, it's sad what happened with PlayStation London, man. Those weren't the only mini games. There was some stuff underwater. Make it a cutscene. Gotta add the haptic feedback, bro. Enhance. No, but in all seriousness, I mean, that will be a thing that if they do choose to remake God of War 1, which again, I want to reiterate, like, for people who are skeptical, I understand. I'm also remaining skeptical. Keep in mind though that, like, the most recent Bluepoint Games job listing, they're working on another game now, and it's described as a third-person melee action game with puzzles. I mean, bro, how many other games could that be? Knowing what we know, I just feel like if you put 2 and 2 together, it seems to me like they've made the decision to go in this direction. I don't know. I mean, I'm not saying it would be a problem if they didn't. I'm just not sure, truthfully, like, where else you go. I thought maybe they could do a Bloodborne remake, but I don't know why Sony's not doing anything with Bloodborne. I don't know why. I don't know the reason. I don't think anybody does. But there's something, just the situation with Bloodborne is very bizarre. Very, very bizarre. And John Console, you're saying with a super chat, David Jaffe did say he's bi until he married. I mean, I think I remember him making those comments as well, or I remember people talking about it. I mean, I guess, yeah, that wouldn't be, like, shocking, considering, I mean, if you look back at, like, you know, Roman times and shit. Could they change the story a bit, doing something as a setup, teasing the next game in some sneaky way? Well, I will tell you this. They're very close with Santa Monica. Bluepoint is very close with Santa Monica. Again, they helped you know, finish the development of Ragnarok as a support studio. And then they, you know, obviously they're like, oh, okay. Santa Monica was like, yeah, go ahead, make a live service God of War. So they're very close with them. I could see them working very closely with them to an extent if they're doing this remake. I could definitely see Santa Monica wanting to be involved, even if it's just from a kind of guidance standpoint or giving input on potential changes they would like to make. PS3 collection. Well, that's the big thing, right? Like, we've talked numerous times about how, like, how have they not done a God of War 1 through 3 just remaster collection for PS5? Like, I can't believe that they still haven't done that. But maybe this is the way that they'd rather do it. Potentially, they'd rather do full remakes, which would be interesting. And that would be the next step above. Obviously, it's a pretty big step up above a remaster. I mean, if you played the God of War Valhalla DLC, you kind of have a little bit of you have some insight into, you know, you have insight into what the game could conceivably look like. They showed young Kratos. You know, you could unlock that as a skin. There were certain areas, certain levels from the original game that were remade. So I just feel like there's so many things there where Bluepoint, like, if I'm being completely honest, I think Bluepoint would end up, they would have to be wanting to sabotage themselves, essentially, if they do anything other than this, because it's like, it's all there, man. MBG Sean Layden just said that the gaming industry is losing / competing against social media platforms like TikTok, echoing the same sentiment that Matt Booty and Satya have said. Yeah. I mean, I don't disagree with any of them. I just think, just to get back to that for a moment, I don't care if, like, the gaming industry begins to lose, quote unquote, to that, because it's like, what would gaming have to turn into to compete with that? So I'm not This is why I say, man, like this chase for unending growth, for never-ending growth, to reach the widest possible market, the biggest possible market, and it's like all in the name of capitalism. It's concerning to me because it's like, dude, I already see a lot of stuff in gaming now that it's just this is trash. Like just flat out, like this is trash. Um, I liked it better when things like this weren't made. I liked it better when I didn't have to wade through a sea of garbage to just find a good game. Now, granted, there were always trash games, but it's like the interesting thing about it is it feels like, at least for a little while there, you know, the trash games you came across, like they weren't actually like they cared that they were trash. They were like, damn, we didn't actually intend for this to be the you know what I mean? And that kind of meant something. Like we know you didn't purposely make trash. It just you got kind of unlucky and circumstances. I feel like, dude, there are games, and to be fair, when I'm saying trash, I'm talking literally about like games that you know what games I'm talking about. If you go on the PlayStation storefront, you can see games that are made by amateur developers that are trying, and I respect the hell out of that. Like that's good. That's good that that can exist. But what isn't good is that alongside that is some piece of fucking junk that somebody made in 2 days, just hoping they could just get some quick sales in the PlayStation Store. You know, I mean, if I were to bring up that PlayStation Store right now, we'd be able to find those games a little too quick. John Concert saying, then why do you talk about profit and sales so much? Well, that's the thing, man. It's because I'm nervous that we're going to go in the direction where the day I stop talking about that stuff and stop caring about it completely is the day that basically what it signals is that the company has moved in a direction that I am no longer really partaking in, I guess. So like when we look at, I've been paying less and less attention to Microsoft's numbers. I still come across them, but like their gaming numbers, they don't mean much to me anymore because it's like, you know, I know the direction they're going in, and I know that none of the numbers that I see, it's about understanding data. So like when on November 11th, that's when Sony's doing their earnings. I'm looking for key, like specific things to tell me, to help try to understand, like, okay, how much does Sony still care about the console? How important is the console? How important is the console still to Sony going into 2026? What about their first party games? Are we going to get Ghost of Yotei numbers? Are we not? If they don't give us numbers, what does that mean? If they do give us numbers, what are they going to look like? And what does it mean? Is Sony going to talk about, you know, live service games? Are they going to give us an update? It's like when I hear that like Sony has improved their profits, I'm not like a Sony investor, you know? I don't really care in the sense that like, good job. Like I love to see those profits go up. No, it's more along the lines of, I just want to know, basically, I want to know if Sony is continuing to find growth from the more traditional aspect of gaming. That's ultimately what it boils down to. I paid attention to Microsoft's numbers for as long as I could until I realized that they're not. And I kind of knew that for a while, but that's why like it's not even worth covering the fact that like what are even Xbox console sales at this point? They're non-existent, like literally. That's why it was important in the last 2 or 3 years to highlight, like, dude, they're seeing double-digit declines, like every month, every quarter. And like it was getting to a point where it's like, dude, if this keeps up, it's going to be over. Like they're not going to be able to justify this anymore. And you know, 2 years went by and it's like, here we are, you know? And now the result you end up seeing is everything we just talked about with the Xbox console, right? Where it's like, it's going to be a fine device, a good one even, but it's going to be for the few, and it's going to be I know this sounds harsh when I say this. It's going to be irrelevant, mostly. And the reason it's going to be irrelevant is because it's going to blend in with pretty much everything else. And it's just like, basically, it's just going to blend in with PC. And PC is not irrelevant. So this device will be made relevant by Steam. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, as far as I'm concerned, the next Xbox is basically a Steam box. And that's fine. Just like if Steam made a box, that box will be relevant because it's Steam, you know? Steam is relevant. PlayStation is relevant, though. But it's not... The thing that's important to me about PlayStation is they're not just relevant because of the storefront. They're relevant because of the storefront and the hardware. Those two things work hand in hand together in tandem to basically create and what has created the more traditional console cycle. And you're saying, so if EU stops microtransactions, Sony and gaming are effed. I know. Well, that's the thing, man. This is why I've said that, like, I, as a consumer, I, as a fan, not even a consumer, I, as a fan of PlayStation, would be totally okay with Sony backing up and being like, you know what? We can slow down. We don't need to chase growth as aggressively. We're okay just like taking it slow and steady. Even like really slow. Even if that means maybe going against the grain a little bit, where it's like we're not just going to pursue the things that seem like, you know, the live service situation. If Sony took that slower approach with live service, this generation would be very different. And that's what I mean, is it's like Sony found the success that they wanted / needed to find with the PS4 generation. And they could have doubled that, or at the very least by 1/3 stacked on it even more, right? And instead they were like, let's go for it all with live service. And they did. It's like go big or go home. And they went big and it didn't work out. And that's not to say, you know, Helldivers did work out. They got lucky with that. But I guess everything I'm trying to say here is that when I look at what's going on with Microsoft, that to me is like, that could be Sony. And I don't want it to be. I really, really don't. I don't want to see Sony just become a publisher. I don't want to see Sony try to convince us that their strategies are working when they're not, to then just have to end
My
up
point is, if they are
uprooting it.
going for a 30% profit margin, then I think the only thing that will be premium about this next box will be the charging price.
Moonshot, did that one come in late, or did you just drop that now? Well, I mean, that's the thing, dude. Like, when you look at, like, there's reports about how this next Xbox is going to be, like, much more powerful than the PS6. And it's like, but what does that mean? You know what I'm saying? It's like, here's the PlayStation 6. Here's what the PlayStation 6 looks like on paper. Here's what this next Xbox looks like on paper. And, you know, people are like, oh my God, it's going to be like a $1,200 like monster. It's going to be like a 5090, the equivalent of like a 5090. And it's like, but what does that mean, bro? Like, we need to, just like because think about it. You can look at a PlayStation 6 that's much less powerful, but we still have to ask ourselves, what does the PlayStation 6 even mean? You know what I mean? Like what does a PS6 game even look like? What does it mean to call this a PlayStation 6 game? What does it mean to call a PlayStation game a next generation game 2 years from now? These are questions that, at least for the Sony side, are going to need to be answered. For the Microsoft side, they're not going to. That's the thing. It won't need to be answered. What does it mean if the next Xbox is the equivalent of a 5090 and is double the power? Well, it's going to be like 30% more powerful than the PS6. What does it mean? It doesn't matter. It literally doesn't matter. because you're playing a Steam version of a game. They're going to have to hope that the Steam version is optimized or the PC version is optimized. If the PC version is optimized, it means good things. If it's not, it means bad things. When it comes to the PlayStation side of things, it's not much different in that general sense, but it's like this is why I say, like, I'm more interested in what Sony's numbers look like going into next generation, because I'm just dying to know, like, is the PS6 going to be as desirable and do as well as the PS4 and the PS5? Because if it does, then that means we get another generation of
It will
what
not get
I've
the
grown
highest
used to.
performance PC ports, which if it is 1200 to 1500, you'll be able to get a more powerful PC for cheaper than that.
Yeah, that's kind of weird. Now that when you mention that, Josh, that's kind of weird. I didn't think about that. And John Console, you're saying, I can see something happening. Everyone is at war with gambling, but it's too big to stop. Government can look good saving kids from it in gaming, though. Yeah, well, that's the thing, man. The gaming industry is on a slippery slope because that's the point of the ESA. The ESA is to stop regulation, to stop the government from getting involved. That's the ESA is basically there to say we can self-regulate, we can handle this ourselves. We have this under control. But if these companies continue to push in these directions, like, it's going to get to a point where it's like we saw with the whole, loot box thing. You just see how nefarious, bro. Like, it just doesn't stop. It's like all these publishers, all these games are always looking for the next exploitation. Is GTA 6 even going to work on the next Xbox? Yeah, it should through backwards compatibility. It should. And Josh, I mean, what you said about, like, I didn't think about that. If these specifications for this PC are already locked in.
So then I don't understand who the target audience will be if you are getting the same or better performance on PS6 and an high-end PC for the same dollar.
I'm telling you, dude, I'm telling you, man. This device, you're saying I don't understand who the target. Here's the target audience. It is the Xbox fan right now that still every day or every week plays on their Xbox and has a library of digital games. That's who it's for. And that number is probably, by this point in time, very small. I think it's still in the millions, but most people already went to PC or PS5, or hell, maybe some people, if they're crazy, even went to Switch 2. But this is for that Xbox player that's stuck with Microsoft. And that's why I was giving Microsoft that credit, where it's like, literally Microsoft is trying to, like, Microsoft is saying to these players, we're going to convert you to PC now. Okay? But here's the thing. We're going to save your library. We're going to allow you to bring your library with you. And that's the clincher right there. So when you consider that, because you're right, like, the PS6, I'll tell you right now, anybody who's on Xbox right now and hasn't left yet to either buy a PS5 or even, they just don't play on PlayStation, I don't think they're going to, man. I don't think they're going to. And I mean that. Like, I don't know, maybe more people will leave now that Halo's coming to PlayStation, but by this point in time, it's like, if you're still loyal to Xbox, the box, literally, like, you're still playing on it, Microsoft you're gonna buy this next device. And Microsoft knows that the only reason, and this is the important part, this is the clincher, Microsoft understands that the only reason you're probably still on that box is because of your library of games. You go to PlayStation, you give that up. You go to PC, you give that up. That's where Microsoft bridges that gap. you buy this next device from us. It's not a console. It is a PC, but you don't give that up. You get to bring that with you. That's the that's the innovation. I know I'm repeating myself, but it's worth repeating and reiterating because this is exactly how it's going to play out. And I just hope that more people begin to see that more clearly as the months go on, you know? But yeah, they will lose a lot of people at that price point. That will be a big... There's going to be a lot of people who are going to have to make the decision. I'm either just sticking with my Series X or I'm moving to PS6 based on that price point. And John Console, you're saying a Pro with PlayStation Plus over 5 years is $1,150. It's all expensive. It is all expensive. Yeah. And that's the thing. I do think Sony, the greatest risk they run with the next generation is losing one of the most important things to console gaming that has made console gaming, I would say, so ubiquitous and so appealing to a mass market. It's the affordability, you know, like when we talk about a PS6, this is why I'm telling you, like, it can't come in at $700. It just can't. It doesn't matter how much the Pro is. The Pro is not trying to reach a mass market. The Pro is trying to get a high profit margin. The PS6 is going to be trying to reach a mass market. And the margin is probably going to be nothing. Break even or maybe slight loss. But it has to be. It will have to be that, because if it's not that, then it's not going to sell. You're going to price people out, you know? And I know that's why I push up against a little bit. People are like, well, if the next Xbox is going to be like $1,200, then Sony's just going to say, fuck it, make the PS6 $900, because what else are you going to do? And I'll tell you, you know what else? That Sony's competing with themselves. You know what people are going to do? They're going to say, they're going to be like, F you, Sony. I'm staying on my PS5. Or I will go to PC for that price. That's what people will do. That's literally what they will do. And that at that point, Sony's biggest threat is their own device. Sir, PS6 sales are much lower than expected. Why? What's stopping people from upgrading? The PS5. Sir, they don't want to leave the PS5. Like, we already saw that with the PS4 a little bit. That's going to be amplified dramatically with the PS6. So, you know, that's a hurdle that Sony has to get over. And we have a New Soul 9 with $25 in Super Chats. New Soul, thank you for that, buddy. You're saying here, MBG, PC is a multi-purpose device that can operate and perform outside of gaming. I won't be able to do my YouTube edit videos on this upcoming device. Keep in mind, I'm going based on the actual definition on Google. Also, MBG, the target audience can also just be the PC gamer who want a stripped-down version as they get older and have kids. You'd be surprised. Well, yeah, I guess that's an interesting point you bring up, New Soul. Like, I'm trying to imagine somebody doing work. But that's what's interesting. Like, New Soul, my understanding is you can. Like, you said you won't be able to edit YouTube videos. No, dude, like, this is where I'm saying, like, you can. I want to read this to you here, New Soul. This is a insider report from Windows Central from Jez Corden. Says no gaming platform in history has been declared dead as many times as Xbox, yet it still does. Microsoft itself earned itself plenty of the condemnation, though, when you put the clickbaitery aside. Hold on. All right, let me trying to find. Okay, sorry. That was the intro of the article. It says, what we know, the next-gen Xbox from Microsoft will be a curated Windows gaming PC, complete with your full native console library. Xbox CEO Phil Spencer has been teasing for years what next-gen will look like for Xbox, as people wondered exactly how the strategy might pan out. Last week, Phil Spencer said that people should look to the Xbox Ally for an idea of where Xbox is headed. And we spoke to our trusted sources over the weekend to learn a bit more about what that means. As many of you have come to expect, the next Xbox will indeed run. This is the important part, New Soul. The next Xbox will run the full bore Windows. In other words, full Windows 11. Not some kind of stripped down version, not some kind of altered, full Windows 11, the full fat version. But it says here, with a TV optimized console style experience layered on top. Microsoft decided to sideline its own Xbox handheld plans to go to market with the Xbox Ally in partnership with Asus this year to start gathering feedback on the experience that will essentially power its next wave of console hardware. I'm told that Microsoft still plans to make its own Xbox handheld eventually along the lines of this new plan. Xbox President Sarah Bond has teased a variety of Xbox first-party hardware made in partnership with AMD. Indeed, the Xbox Ally and Ally X with its Xbox full screen experience is essentially what the next Xbox will look like. It's not dissimilar to the Steam OS interface and big picture mode, which allow you to exit out into full Linux at will. Similarly, the Xbox full screen experience will allow you to exit and go to full Windows if you want to, and run competing stores like Steam, Epic Game Store, Microsoft's own Battle.net, and the Riot client, and indeed anything else you want. Indeed, you could run Adobe CC or Microsoft Office on the next Xbox if you choose. See, that's the big thing here. That's the thing. Essentially, what this layer on top of this of Windows is essentially going to be for, I think, you, New Soul, and other Xbox players who don't want to leave. So they're like, I don't want Windows, and I don't plan on using this device for anything other than gaming. They will let you kind of click that console mode option, and it will essentially just emulate a console. It's a weird thing in a sense, because a PC player will say, why the hell would you want to do that? A PC player will ask that question, like, why would you, it would be like a PC player saying, I want to turn my PC into a console and create more limitations and more barriers. The reason why that doesn't make sense is because it's like, well, then you would have just bought a console. You know what I mean? This is kind of strange to me. I really feel that, like, that's what Microsoft is basically looking to the Xbox console players and saying, we understand that you're probably uncomfortable with the idea of buying our next box and it just booting up Windows. So to kind of, I guess, solve that problem, we're going to give you that next box with an option to just basically hit console mode. But that's the thing, New Soul, is if you wanted with this upcoming Xbox, you could. If you wanted, you could hit, Windows 11. You could turn it into Windows mode, and then you could edit your YouTube video. You could hook up a keyboard and a mouse, and you can edit your YouTube video. You can do that on this upcoming device. And that's the important thing to acknowledge, is that is the clear indication that, like, they are going in that direction. And that is very separate from what Sony and Nintendo are offering. John Console, you're saying new Xbox really gets to you, but good content. Perhaps. Well, it's not that here's the thing, man. It's not that the upcoming Xbox gets to me, because truthfully, I don't see anything bad about this device. I don't. I know that there are people on my channel that like shit talking and stuff, but I don't think this is a bad thing. The only to me, the only negative I can derive from it is if I don't accept what Xbox is now. And what I mean by that is I only begin to care and look at it as a potential negative when I begin to realize that Microsoft is done caring about selling console hardware. Like that the Series X and Series S will mark the last time that they're like, we're going after Sony. We're trying to be number one in this market. That's when I get a little bit annoyed, or if not annoyed, just like kind of depressed by it, where it's like, damn, but if I just remove that from it, accept that this is where things are, that's not going to happen anymore, when I look at this device, I'm like, this actually, if anything, bro, like this is gonna be good for it's like, oh, how this is good. The next Xbox is gonna be good for PlayStation, but no, like really, it might actually be, because think of it like this, Mr. B, congrats on that. Think of it like this: if this next Xbox, if developers basically begin to look at each other and agree, like, we're not making Xbox versions anymore, we're just going to release the PC versions. If they decide to do that, that actually will be beneficial for PlayStation, because that's going to mean developers only have there's one less platform. When it comes to multi-platform games, there's one less platform they have to worry about. And that'll be good for PC and PS5. But we don't know if that's how it's going to play out or not. But yeah, I find what Newsall, I just find what you were saying interesting, because it's like, no, like, dude, you literally can edit YouTube videos on this device. Like, you can download, you'll be able to install any video editing software and probably run it, because this thing will, it'll have a good graphics card and everything. It'll have a lot of RAM. It'll be like a high-end PC. Maybe by that point, like a more mid-range, mid-high-end PC, but. And John Console, you're saying only negative for PlayStation is people who don't understand it's a PC will maybe start questioning Sony, asking why they got to pay to sub to online. That's true too. Yeah, and I'm curious to see what happens there, because it's, how ironic is it going to be that Microsoft is the one who introduced the pay to play online, and then they'll be the one to be like, okay, we're done with that now. And then meanwhile, Sony, Nintendo, but especially Sony, because they're much more relevant in the online gaming space than Nintendo is as like a social platform. It's like, yeah, dude, that's going to be awkward. And I mean, I would like to see pressure put on Sony. I'm not going to lie. Like, I do hope that this next box, that the rumor we're hearing as we finish through this article, I hope that it's true, that you don't have to, because it has to be true, because you can run Steam. It has to be true. I hope that makes Sony maybe just feel some kind of pressure of like, oh shit, we're still charging. Are people going to get mad? So guys, when this box is revealed, and when it's revealed that you can't, or that you don't have to pay to play online, we need to go full rage mode on Sony. Listen, I still think that Sony, if you want to charge for multiplayer, fine. I get that that's a massive revenue. Also, the fact that Microsoft is going to give up that revenue source is wild. That's like, I'm still not convinced they're going to do that, because they're giving up a lot of money, dude. They're giving up a lot of money by doing that. And I'm not sure, like, that sounds unlike Microsoft. But that's why I'm saying, like, if you can access Steam, how could they charge you to play online? I don't know. Steam online free, Xbox online not. I was just thinking that. They could pull some crazy ass shit like that, dude, which would be wild. Like, that would be scary. Because basically what you're describing is, hey, Xbox players, if you buy this box, you can choose to play on Steam on this box and not pay for online, or you can remain subscribed, and continue to play your game. You continue to play the Xbox versions, whatever Xbox versions exist, and play that way. I don't know. I don't know, man. It's overwhelming to talk about this sometimes, because Microsoft is being so disruptive that it's like, yeah, man, I'm trying my best to gauge like how this plays out and what it looks like, how Sony does or doesn't react, what the outcome for Microsoft actually is in the gaming space. Because the truth is, people, I know that there are people that are like, well, this is basically Sega, and it's like, it's not. Don't get me wrong. In terms of Microsoft beginning to exit the console market, sure, it's very similar to Sega. Microsoft is not Sega, and people need to understand that. Like, people need to understand that Microsoft is not here to do anything other than completely and utterly take over. Because they're Microsoft, dude. And they can. Like, they have the resources. They have the money. They have the investor backing. And that's what people need to understand. That's why, in my opinion, it is so critical, no matter how much people keep saying, like, stop talking about Xbox, stop talking about it. It's like, dude, like, we have to look at what they're doing, because Sony, like, I'll put it to you this way. If you were running Sony, you better be paying very close attention to what Microsoft's doing. You would be a flat-out fool to just sit back and be like, Microsoft, who cares what they're doing, bro? We own them. We took them out. You'd have to be a fool, because it's like, bro, what are you talking about? Like, take your wins. Like, I'm saying you should take your victory laps. Like, yes, Halo coming to PlayStation. We've won. Light up a cigar. Sure. Drink some bourbon for a couple days. Sure. You know, like I said, like, take your victory laps when you feel as though you've earned them. But it's the bigger picture thinking, you know, that, like, when you understand that Microsoft is in it to win it by any means, and their means might be, we just want to completely transform the gaming industry. Guess what? Microsoft, in conjunction with other big players, can do that. Sony, I'm not saying they can't do that, but Sony is at risk. Like, that is the risk for Sony. It's in Sony's best interest if that doesn't happen, because Sony has won the game based on the way it's been played for decades. And so if suddenly, 30, 40 years in, it's like, here comes Microsoft, as well as other massive corporations, and they've all just unanimously decided it's time for things to change. It's going to be impossible for Sony and Nintendo to fight that off alone. And yeah, I don't know how they're going to do a 30% margin with free online. I don't know. And that's why I'm saying it's just very important to, in my opinion, to pay attention to this stuff, because Microsoft is in the process of telegraphing it all. And it's why I wish Sony was less quiet. But of course, Sony's going to be quiet. Sony's going to be in the shadows, because Sony's not trying to disrupt the market. That's the important thing to understand. If you're wondering why everything Sony does is so calculated and precise, and at times, like, it's like for the last 3 weeks, Microsoft's saying this, they're saying that, they're saying everything about everything, and here's another report, and here's this, and here's that. It's like, it's all done purposely to a degree. It's done. Microsoft wants the headlines. They want the talk to be about them, because there's a specific message that's trying to be conveyed. And I do think I have a good read on that message. And that message is Microsoft's here to change everything. And that interview with Satya Nadella, we didn't even cover everything he said. Like, he's telling you. Like, he's flat out, he's like, yes, we are going to do for gaming what we did in the enterprise world and in the productivity world with Office. That's what he's telling you. And it's like, if you're Sony, if you're Nintendo, well, I'm just going to focus on Sony. You're Sony, like, you can't just scoff at that. You don't have to panic. No panic is needed. But you can't just look at that and say that doesn't mean anything. You have to look at that and be like, bro, like, Microsoft is now making Windows gaming. And they're sitting here talking about finding the same level of success they found with Office, bro. You gotta pay attention to what moves they're going to be making, because the reality is Sony might be on board, and that might not be a bad thing. What that might look like for Sony is Microsoft's like, I mean, dude, Call of Duty is almost like that, right? Where it's like, we have the software that will make you the most money. We'll get the lion's share. But this software will do such high numbers on your platform that, I mean, we're both going to win. And that could be the outcome. I'm just trying to figure out if there's something beyond that. Because I don't know. There's a part of me that doesn't fully trust Microsoft, where it's like, I know Sony wants to kill Microsoft or kill Xbox. They did want to kill Xbox, and they did. Like, for all intents and purposes, they basically did. Sony wants to kill Nintendo, or at least at one point they wanted to. Sony wanted to kill Sega. Sony, they've always had that kind of cutthroat, like, we're not trying to hide it. We want you out. And we're going to do everything we can to snuff you out. And that's what has allowed Sony to be in the position that they're in, arguably. But that's why I like look at Microsoft and I'm like, Microsoft, does a corporation like Microsoft get as big as they are by playing nice or by being the cutthroat shark? That's a serious question. I don't know. Maybe it's a mixture of both. You know what they say? Keep your friends closer, your enemies closer, right? Or no, keep your friends close, your enemies closer, right? Did I say that right? I think that's how it goes. Anyway, John Console, you're saying that's the goal for Microsoft, to disrupt the industry. Yes, it is. And, it's like, I get it. I know that there are people, they don't want me to talk about Microsoft, but it's like, bro, I'm trying to still talk. I am still talking about PlayStation. It's just that the things we're talking about with PlayStation are pretty basic. Here's the PlayStation Portal. Here's the update for the PlayStation Portal. Here's Bluepoint's leak. Here's why it seems like they're doing a God of War PS1 game. Trust me, I would love for there to be a report from Push Square or some PlayStation-centric website where they're like, we just spoke to multiple sources. Here's exactly everything we learned about the PS6. I'd love that. But the thing is, we kind of already know. And the thing about the PS6 and the thing about Sony Next Gen, the reason why the conversation, it fades out much quicker is because it boils down to Sony just has to show it. Sony's in a position where less telling, more showing. Microsoft is in a position where what they're telling you is potentially just as interesting as what they're going to show you, because what they're telling you is something you didn't expect. What they're telling you is something that could signal their exit of the market or their transformation in the market or something else entirely. And that's what's so different. That's why the conversation is different. Because when you talk about everything we know about the PlayStation 6, and we've had a lot of dude, I've talked about the PlayStation 6 to like probably a disgusting degree at this point, where it's like, okay, it's still too early to be talking this much about the PS6. But everything we know, PlayStation 6 home console will be looking to sell to the mass market, and a PlayStation 6 handheld that is going to accompany it. Now, granted, the PlayStation 6 handheld is much more interesting and does show a significant change for Sony, but even then, there's so much mystery surrounding it, and Sony hasn't even acknowledged it. That's what's so different, is it's not like we have Herman Hulst or Hideaki Nishino coming out being like, we're excited to announce the next generation of PlayStation handheld, where they're giving us these buzzwords to tease us about what it's going to feature. They're not doing that. Instead we get Mark Cerny, which is great too. I'll still take that. But Mark Cerny giving us a whole different set of buzzwords that everybody's kind of looking at me like, what did he just say? I don't understand. Radiance core. What's Radiance? I don't know. What? You see what I'm saying? They're going about it in very, very different ways. And the most important reason, if you ask why is it so different right now? It's only different right now because Sony's still trying to sell the PS5. That's the most important thing, man. If Sony wasn't trying to sell the PS5 and they're like, our sales tanked and they're just done, they would immediately start talking about the PS6. You would see Hideaki Nishino and Mark Cerny coming out and starting to do all these different teases. They're not doing that because they don't want people. They do want. You think Sony isn't aware that people are like, I think they mean 2028. You think Sony doesn't realize that? That's what Sony wants you to think. Sony wants you to think that the PS6 is coming later. So that way the person who's on the fence feels comfortable buying it now. That's in their best interest. And Sony will say, we never said it was 2028. We just had Mark Cerny say a few years. That's all. Microsoft is totally okay talking about the stuff in such detail right now because they're not selling any Xboxes. And they know that they're not going to. So it's like, what harm could there be just talking about it now? There is no harm. There's only an upside. And if anything, they're allowing people to get these awkward conversations out of the way much earlier. You know, they're not just going to drop this on you or like, surprise, it's basically a PC. They're letting you be prepared for it. And this is the strategy. Why do you think when Halo was announced for PlayStation, it was like a fart in the wind? And I don't mean that in a rude way. I know that sounds rude, but I mean, what I mean by that is like the people who are excited about it are excited about it. The Halo fans and some PlayStation players are like, oh, sweet, I finally get to play Halo. But I'm saying like it wasn't like a fucking nuclear drop. Like, oh my God, like the sirens are going off. It wasn't like that at all. It was just randomly on a Friday, what was it, Thursday or Friday evening, and it's like, here you go, at an event that most people aren't even aware of. Why do you think it wasn't? It's already just like water under the bridge. It's like, okay, because Microsoft planted that seed in your mind like 2 years ago. Purposely. They planted that seed 2 years ago when they were like, we're just going to bring 4 games. And the first thing people start talking about, so like, is Halo coming? Is Halo coming? Is Halo coming? And there's just this constant back and forth of like, maybe, maybe not, maybe, maybe not. Oh, wait, there's Gears. Oh, wait, there's Forza. And then boom, there's Halo. And by the time you get to Halo 2 years later, it's like, saw that coming from 2 miles away. You get what I'm saying? So I'm just trying to describe to you now basically the difference in marketing strategies that are being implemented by Sony and Microsoft. Sony is making it very difficult to discuss any of their next-gen plans because they're not talking about them. We have leaks, yes. We have rumors, yes. But until they're substantiated or not substantiated, confirmed by Sony, people are naturally going to have much less interest. Meanwhile, you have rumors, leaks, and reports bleeding out of every orifice that is the media, the gaming media cycle. And on top of that, you have every Xbox and Microsoft executive talking about it, saying, yes, that's true. I'm confirming it now in this interview. And it's this ping pong back and forth between the rumor mill and Microsoft themselves confirming or denying. Boom, 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 boom. On Sony, it's just like rumor, leak, and it's just there's nothingness. Yeah, just static on the other side. But that is going to change. And that's the thing. That's going to change very quickly, probably towards the end of 2026 going into early 2027, especially, I know it's a ways from now, but early 2027, trust me, you're going to see Sony, they're going to reawaken. They're going to re-engage the marketing machine for the next gen. And that's what I'm most excited about. Truthfully, like when that happens, man, people are going to remember, oh, right, this is how Sony sold so many consoles. Because that's the thing. People think Sony just sold consoles by just doing nothing. And it's like, no, they definitely didn't do nothing. They just get quiet when they need to. The same thing happened with the PS4, by the way. Titus with a super chat. Thank you, Titus. He says, MBG, did you see the news that the creators of The Matrix wanted Kojima to create a Matrix game, but he didn't know about it 26 years ago because the CEO of Konami just said no without telling Kojima? I saw that. Oh, man. That's painful. That's painful because, well, my question is, what kind of negative impact would that have had? I have like this hair on Metal Gear. Because that would have been around the time of the development of Metal Gear Solid 2, right? Maybe I don't know if he would have been able to balance both games at one time, but I cannot deny that, dude, a Matrix game developed by Kojima Productions. Yo, now that I would, and I feel bad because like he probably would have been all over that. He probably would have tried to get Keanu Reeves. Be like, hell yeah, this is my dream. So it's kind of sad in a way where it's like Kojima could have had like a dream project. Yes or no, are you getting Halo on PlayStation? I'm not. No. That would have been a wild. You know what's crazy too is I remember the Wachowskis, they cared about making a good Matrix game, which I respect them for that. I remember like they were not happy with Enter the Matrix. Enter the Matrix was like horrible. And I remember there was like this, I'll never forget, I was playing this game, The Matrix Path of Neo. Shout out to anybody who played this game. This game was amazing. Like this is the Matrix game I waited for, where you're playing through like the first, like all three movies as Neo, badass, you know, you're the one. Like that's what the first Matrix game should have been, not whoever those other two characters were. I'm like, who are these guys? There's no way it was an Xbox exclusive. I remember playing it on PS2. Was it a timed exclusive? Yo, was it? Was I late to it? That's really funny if true. But yeah, see, Titus knows. Path of Neo was great. Shem says it and then is like, wait, I don't know actually. I don't think it was. But yeah, man, I remember when you get to the final boss battle in that game, there's like a weird cutscene where it like takes you out of the game and there's like digital versions of the Wachowski brothers at the time. And they're like telling you how they realized like they wanted to do something different for the ending of the game because the ending of the movie, I don't think they said like it, if I remember correctly, it like wouldn't have worked for the game. So they changed it. Do you guys remember this? And I remember being so shocked by that where I was like, what? I was like, what is, it was like some Kojima level fourth wall breaking where they're just there talking to me before the final boss battle. I'm like, what is happening right now? So I think it's, you know, they were definitely fans of Kojima's work and fuck, man, I would love to see a Kojima Matrix game, bro. I would love to see it. That ending was wild. Game Station, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. I put a lot of work into it. Thank you, Game Station. And John Console, you're saying Jack, Hal, and Snake, the greatest three-way love story. Well, Metal Gear could get pretty gay, like literally. I'm not like I'm not saying that as in like an insulting way. I mean, it just literally would. There's a lot of gayness in the Metal Gear franchise, and that's okay. I never minded it. Kojima knew how far to take it, but Kojima's crazy, bro. Kojima's like, yo, to the actress who played Quiet in Metal Gear Solid 5. I'm gonna have to scan your feet. Yeah, we're gonna need 3D scans of your feet. C9 though is saying, everyone in chat, are you getting Halo on PlayStation? Yes or no? Tarnish, you're saying Path of Neo was a bad game. I played an hour of it on the original Xbox. My older brother had given it to me as a hand-me-down thing. I hated it. Too pretentious. You know, I don't. Was it a bad game? I don't remember it being bad. Like, but I was young, so sometimes when you're young, you play bad stuff, but for some reason you think it's good. I remember it being really good. 69% on Metacritic. Okay, so it wasn't that good. It wasn't that good. Came out in 2005. Who developed it? Shiny Entertainment. I never heard of this. Shiny Entertainment Inc. was an American video game developer based in Laguna Beach, California, founded in October 1993 by David Perry. They worked on video games such as Earthworm Jim, MDK, and Enter the Matrix. Surely they're no longer around. They went defunct October 9th, 2007. Yo, was this a game that took them out? They made the Golden Compass. So I think the Golden Compass was the game that took them out in 2007. Sheesh. It got a 43 on Metacritic. Damn. You know what's so crazy? It's so crazy to think that, like, imagine if the Matrix Path of Neo in an alternate timeline could have been developed by Kojima. That's wild to think, in my opinion. We could have had a Kojima Matrix Path of Neo, and it wouldn't have been Shiny Entertainment. Yeah, I guess it wasn't that great of a game. I think it had flaws, but I enjoyed it. I think I was such a Neo fanboy when I was a kid. I loved Neo. I remember when I watched the first Matrix, I was like, Neo is the coolest ever. And I was super stoked for the Matrix 2 and 3. And I remember I was like devastated at the end of the Matrix 3 when Neo died. I like couldn't believe it. I remember I like left the movie theater with my mom because she was the one who took me because she knew how stoked I was for it. And she could see that I was clearly upset. And I was like, it was good. It was good. I liked it. She's like, are you sure? What about the ending? And I'm like, I don't know about that ending though, man. But looking back on it, I'm like, that was the best. Yeah, that was a good ending for Neo's arc. But then, like, dude, I watched The Matrix 4, bro, and that was crazy. Like, did you guys see The Matrix 4? Well, see, that's the thing. Neo's in The Matrix 4, so does he really die? Does he really die? I'm going to be honest, guys. If you decide to watch all 4 Matrix movies, you're going to realize I didn't spoil anything. Because at this point, you can just decide what you want. It doesn't exist. Yeah, for a lot of people, The Matrix 4 doesn't exist. John Console says, then it would have been the slowest Matrix game ever. Yeah, dude, you remember that one of the first things you do in The Matrix Path of Neo is, do you remember in the first movie when he's in his office and he gets a call from Morpheus and he has to sneak out of the building? You do that in the game. There's a stealth section. That would have been 50% of the game. Just in that first area of the movie where you're sneaking through the cubicles trying to avoid the agents. Amazing. 10 out of 10. But, I mean, dude, the 4th Matrix movie is wild because, yes, we're going to have spoilers for the Matrix movies here, okay? But the 4th one destroyed everything because it was like, at the end of the Matrix 3, Neo sacrifices himself to save humanity with the war against the machines, and he ends the war. But then in the 4th movie, you find out, like, he's in, so, like, you see him again. It's in Keanu Reeves reprised his role, and he's in the Matrix again. And basically what happened was they reinserted Neo into the Matrix, but gave him a great life where he was a developer. He was a game developer. But the idea was he remembers the events of the first 3 movies, but those events were games he made. You get what I'm saying? So it's like he's basically tricked into believing that these are stories that he made up and games he made. And I'm like, there's something there. Like, to be fair, there's something interesting there with that idea. But the whole thing, in my opinion, that movie fell apart because it basically made a joke of the Matrix. Like, it laughed at so like, if you watch the first 3 Matrix movies, they take themselves very seriously. That's what makes it so good. Everything's serious. It's not supposed to be funny. Like, it's supposed to be real. Like, you are in the Matrix, bro. None of this is real. This is all a construct. It's all an illusion. And there's the real world outside of this, and it's taken over by machines, and machines are using humans as batteries and fuel source and shit. It's very serious. Even up to the very end, it's very serious. The problem with this movie was they completely changed the tone, where they were like, okay, what if we just made it a joke, though? And at first it's like a little funny, where it's like, okay, you're it's like meta level, like haha. But then it really takes it to the next level, where it's like, you guys are really destroying everything that made the Matrix great in the name of, I don't even know what. I don't know if you're trying to be a comedy, and then they had moments where they were trying to be serious, and it was about Trinity and Neo like finding each other again, which I was like, that's kind of cool. But then they had Neil Patrick Harris as the main villain, and he made things even funnier and unserious. And I'm like, what? What is going on? And the ending was just fucking like, I don't know what happened. I'm just saying there were some good ideas there that were just horrifically executed, man. Like, horrifically executed. John Conser saying Matrix 3, he joins the AI, so to save humanity. Basically telling us what's going to happen in the future, man. Neo's real. Wait, Keanu Reeves is actually Neo. He's gonna take out the AI. It's so crazy too when you look back how like we are on. I just saw videos trending of the first home robot. Did you guys see this? Like, there's actually now a robot out there that you can, I think, buy. Like, rich people can buy, and it's happening. It's everything that the Free Guy. Is that what it's called? I don't know what the name of this robot is, but I saw it. I saw multiple videos pop up, and it's just like, here we are. This is basically the beginning of the Matrix. If you watch the Animatrix, it's basically that, bro. 20,000? Yeah, I don't know what that robot's called. New Soul, I'm going to read your super chat. Let me read John Console first. He says, I watched the originals if I want to laugh. Slop equals fun. Bro, you're saying the original Matrix movies? I will admit, things started to get kind of crazy in 2 and 3, but come on, the original Matrix is good. Rocky had a robot in the 80s. Nothing new. True. Rocky did have a robot in the 80s. We're at a point now, by the way, where we're going to get a Rocky movie of a guy playing Sylvester Stallone playing Rocky. He's the dude playing the dude disguised as another dude. So this is where we are. We have dolls now. New Soul 9 with a $10 super chat saying, by the way, MBG, apologies because I hear about the mode change, but more relating to game access from switching Steam back to Xbox emulator to have access to your backlog. This is news to me. That's so good, man. Yeah, well, that's the thing. It was news to me too, where this report that we were going over from Windows Central, again, these are Windows Central sources. They could prove to be inaccurate, but it's a pretty extensive report. And it seems like they're talking directly to people who are literally developing this thing. But that's here. Let me read this. New Soul, I didn't finish reading this article. Let me read this section for you just so you have all the information. It says where the Xbox console will differ from a traditional Windows PC is that it will feel like a traditional Xbox console out of the box. The onboarding experience will be similar to what you get today on a console. And if you choose, you can remain fully inside the Xbox ecosystem, never even touching Windows itself. Exiting out to Windows will be for those who want to access games traditionally not available on Xbox, including PlayStation games on Steam, mouse and keyboard first games like League of Legends, or even classic games from GOG and the like. You will be able to run PlayStation's PC titles like God of War, Tsushima, and Spider-Man on the next Xbox, purchased via Steam or Epic Games. You'll be able to play World of Warcraft on the next Xbox via Battle.net. You'll also be able to install practically any game that runs on Windows, giving you access to decades upon decades of content all on a single device. Microsoft is working hard across Xbox and Windows to across the Xbox and Windows team to optimize the platform for TVs and controllers, bringing the original, quote, Windows in the living room vision from the OG Xbox to fruition 25 years later. Furthermore, thanks to the new silicon from AMD, the new Xbox will also run all games currently available on the Series X and S library. This means that all the OG backward compatible games like the 360 back compat games and all the Xbox One back compat games and all the current and future Series X titles games, those will run natively on the Xbox and launch seamlessly via the Xbox Launcher's library. So it says like any new console generation, developers will continue supporting the Xbox Series development environment for several years after the new Xbox drops in. Over time, more and more games will get next-gen Xbox native versions too, targeting a specific configuration therein. AI-powered technologies like auto super resolution will boost Series games running new out of the box. Developers will also have the option to target the new Xbox directly, Xbox Play Anywhere versions, and Xbox's smart delivery tech. It says new technology Microsoft is developing alongside the fixed nature of the hardware should eliminate a lot of the inconveniences that sometimes come with PC gaming. Things like, Leia, are you serious? Things like compiling shaders, etc., shouldn't be an issue on the new Xbox, for example. Microsoft is also working on additional ways to reduce Windows overhead to the benefit of all PC gamers, Xbox or not. One question that is still being worked out at Microsoft revolves around Xbox Game Pass. Right now, PC Game Pass get all day one Xbox games, including Call of Duty, for much cheaper than Xbox Game Pass Ultimate on console. If the next Xbox is a PC, am I supposed to be using PC Game Pass there instead of Xbox Game Pass Ultimate? Right now, I'm told the current plan is for the next Xbox specifically to have no paywall for multiplayer. It wouldn't make a lick of sense for a PC to have a paid multiplayer, particularly since it would create a strong incentive for players to simply install Steam instead of use the Xbox ecosystem on that device for online games. It remains to be seen if the plan actually plays out in reality, though. So, I mean, yeah, there's a lot of really interesting information being dropped here by Windows Central. And you know what's really interesting to me is the more I read this article, it really, I don't know, like this article is framing this much more so like a normal console. But so like here's the part that I really want to focus on. And this goes back, I don't know if Josh is still here, but what he was saying earlier, according to Windows Central, they're saying that like developers will be able to make next gen Xbox versions of games. So like there's going to be a dev environment for this next Xbox. And I guess that's not like shocking, but what's that going to look like? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't. I guess we'll find out. Like, I'm just wondering if. I guess what I'm trying to ask here is like, I wonder if this next Xbox sells really, really bad, like less than 10 million. How many developers are going to like target that? You know what I'm saying? Like how many of them are going to target that next gen dev environment? And New Soul 9, bro. That's a little surprising from New Soul 9. He comes in, he drops 10 member gifts for you guys. New Soul, thank you so much for that, buddy.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
W's in the chat for New Soul. He was dropping, he's always dropping some super chats, but now he decided he wanted to give you guys some gifts. So he's keeping that member train rolling today, bringing us up to 65 members, guys. So we are 10 away from hitting the 75 mark. So if you guys want to keep that going and get us to that 75, by all means, go ahead. We will probably do a members lounge. Let's see. I can't do it Friday because that's Halloween. We'll probably do it tomorrow, I'm thinking. Because I also want to play that. I don't know if we'll do a gameplay members lounge or not. I have to get acquainted with that Metal Gear multiplayer mode. But we'll do a members lounge tomorrow. And again, if you get gifted a membership or if you become a member, we have members exclusive content. We just did a morning with the missus. You can check that out. New Soul says, I owe you a membership for informing me about this. Well, I appreciate that, New Soul. Yeah, and, credit to Windows Central. They, I know Rich Rod doesn't like Jez Corden here, but I don't have like a problem with him. This is a good report. It's giving us some good info. I have to wonder how Sony feels about this information, All right, let me update this real quick. Getting over a bit of a cold too, which sucks. Like my throat's starting to hurt. And John Console, you're saying they probably just mean like SD has verified games. Oh, okay. So you think it's not going to be like a proper like dev environment? You think it's going to be more like if it's called like Xbox Prime certified or verified, not certified, like verified, like it's compatible with Xbox Prime. There's no way it'll be called Xbox Prime, right? God, that would be so cursed. That would be so cursed, bro. Well, I'm just eager to see how this plays out because I think I'm just my biggest thing here is I wish we could gain some insight into how Sony feels about all this. Because I feel like from Sony's perspective, I do think they're paying close attention. But they just got Halo, man. And I feel like if you're Sony, you're just like, we won? You know what I mean? Like, if you're in Sony's position, you definitely feel like, damn, well, that was never supposed to happen. But then you read reports like this, and it's like, what is... You think they don't give a flying F? I don't know. Maybe they do know the price of this thing, and that's why they're like, yeah, we don't care. Yeah, go ahead, buy this thing and buy Spider-Man on it. We don't care. I wonder if that's what they're... by the way, Shems, you were asking about the Portal. So we did cover a rumor about the Portal. And, yeah, Irfan, we'll check that out at the end of the stream. Sorry. So we did talk about the Portal at the beginning of the stream, but to catch you up with that, so basically people on the PlayStation Store, there was a label on, I think somebody found it on the Outer Worlds 2. And this label basically said that this game, if you bought the Outer Worlds 2, it was playable on PS5 and PlayStation Portal through cloud via PlayStation Plus Premium. And it was a specific label that was put on this game that was not on any other game, and it was removed. And it seems like Sony is getting ready to announce a big update, and this would be a game-changing update, a big update for the PlayStation Portal, where the implication is that you will, if you are subscribed to PlayStation Plus Premium and you have the Portal, any digital game you buy, you have access to. And New Soul 9, New Soul 9, he's not playing around today, guys. He does it. He does it himself. He dropped 10 memberships just a moment ago. He's dropping another 10 to get us to the 75 mark. New Soul 9 dropping huge support for the channel and the community here. Love to see it, bro. And 75 members today, guys.
Holy shit.
That's a lot, man. That's a lot. New Soul, thank you for the support, my friend. I'm going to add that to the goal. And yeah, guys, just in case, make sure you click New Soul's member gifts at the top. Make sure you're opted in to receive a member gift, just in case you're not. Boss, I'm giving you like 5 more treats. Like, is Luna eating your food or something? That's it. No more. You're cut off today. New Soul 9 says, take this as my apologies. Oh, that's... no need to apologize, man. There's no need to apologize, but I do appreciate it. Thank you for the support, man. Like I tell you guys, I'm completely fan-funded. I'm very grateful that I'm able to run the channel this way. I don't do sponsorships. I'll be honest, man. Like, I was watching a very well-known YouTuber, not a gaming YouTuber. I'm not going to say who they are because it's going to seem like I'm not trying to. It's a YouTuber with like 7 million subs, so it's not like a. But I was watching this YouTuber, and I used to watch them a long time ago, but I was like, I'll go back, I'll check out their content, and it's really informative content, really good stuff. But it was like an hour-long video. There was like 5 ad reads, like 2-minute long ad reads, like just throughout the hour-long video. And I just got so, I'm usually not that guy. No, it's not that person, Prince G. It's probably somebody you guys would never expect. But I just got so annoyed with it. I'm like, and it's also the products that they were advertising. I'm like, I'm good. Like, I clicked off and I'm like, I can't do this. Like, you have 7 million subs. You're making, no, not that person either, Tarnished. Even if you guys guess it, I'm not going to say who it is. But I'm just like, I'm good. It's like a health/science person, And it's like, I don't mind ads. Like, I don't mind sponsorships at all. But this was like too much. I'm like, bro, what? Like, I'm not even talking about like YouTube ads. I'm talking about like full-blown like 2-minute ad reads. I'm like, come on, man. Come on. Like, how many more times do I have to hear about the same product? So I guess I'm just saying, like, I appreciate the fact that you guys make it so I don't have, and who knows, maybe that person, I would find it hard to believe because they have so many subs, but maybe they need to do that. Maybe they need to get that bag. It's necessary. I'm not sure. So it would be hard to believe. But, I appreciate that you guys make it so I don't have to have that insane pressure where it's like I have to now pursue all these sponsors just to keep this thing going, because it would be stressful. It'd be kind of frustrating. And, maybe one day we will hit that point. I'll do what I need to do to run the channel. But that's why I always thank you guys for the support you give, because I'm not, I want to grow. Obviously, I want to improve. I want things, to get better, but I'm not, I don't know. I guess I just don't have the same urgency that a lot of channels have, where it's like, I could I make a lot more money? Sure. Am I interested in that? Not necessarily in that manner. That doesn't appeal to me. And with that being said, I would like to thank the sponsor of today's podcast, Raid Shadow Legends. No, I'm just kidding. Could you imagine that, bro? Could you imagine if I talked about how much I don't want to do sponsorships to then literally, that was my segue into doing a sponsorship? Could you imagine? And John Console, you're saying that should have been a thing already on Portal. By doing that, they don't have viewers pay. That's true. That's true too. That's true too. Yeah. It's the opposite of fan funding, I suppose. My whole thing though, dude, is like, I'm privy to YouTube ad revenue. And when I see some of these channels where it's like the views they're getting, it's like, bro, you are making bank. Like, you are making bank on the viewership you're getting and the amount of subs you have. But that's the nature of the beast, bro. The nature of the beast is keep going, keep going, take it as far as you can. And I get that. I'm that's why I'm not trying to it's not a matter of throwing shade. It's just, I don't know. I guess I just use that particular example as as a viewer who was just genuinely trying to, although, people could look at it as the membership drops. Those are like the ad, well, they're not ad reads, but That's like the sponsorship, right? Which is true too. And that's fair. I mean, if I was like super rich, that'd be cool. You know? Like if I was like a multi-millionaire and I could just do this for fun. Who's that one guy? There's this one person, I forget his name, but he's like that guy who's obsessed with living forever and making himself like de-aging himself. He's like he's literally a billionaire. And he's still, and even he's doing like YouTube clickbait shit. Or not clickbait, but like he's playing the game, bro. And I'm like, what? Like that's crazy to me. But I guess it highlights something about life, right? Where it's like you are a billionaire. You literally have $1 billion. You have more than $1 billion. You could do anything. And bro's like, I want to do YouTube. Ellison? I don't know. I forget I don't think that's his name. Eddie, my YouTube plaque's up there, man. I did get it. Which is nice. John Concert saying, just me, I'd take the sponsor, not charge the fans. Well, to be fair, John Console, like, I try not to pressure people, you know? That's why I try to be careful about how much. I try to be careful about how much I say, like, support the channel, you know? Or how many times I'm telling you guys become members or whatever. I try to just let people know and make people aware. Sometimes I do it, I think, excessively, though, which I don't think is, you know, I don't feel great doing that. But I mean, I guess it depends on how you want to go about it. If I was a much bigger channel, truthfully, I would, the more I think about it, it's like if I was a big channel with a lot of subs, that probably would be the direction I would ultimately end up going in. Because, you know, the one thing about that, and I noticed, is that like people who do the sponsorships or like a lot of sponsorships, there isn't a whole lot of community interaction, or it's very, very controlled, like extremely controlled. Like you get maybe like a couple Q&As every now and again. So in a way, I guess some content creators, they use that as a means to maintain more control, I guess you could say, in how they want to, you know, present their content. Dude, it would be so funny to see some of these, because I'm not talking about gaming YouTube channels. I'm talking about like health YouTube channels and stuff like that. To see them just go live and interact with their audience, that would be wild. See how out of control that gets. It probably won't get that out of control, but it'd be entertaining. Maybe you're right. Larry Ellison gets blood transfusions from his son, so he looks as young and handsome as he is. That's okay. Now I got to see if this is the guy I'm talking about, because that's fucking insane. No, it's not him. That's not the. I don't know who this guy is, but his face is freaking me out a little bit. I don't know the name of this guy. Somebody knows who I'm talking about. Somebody who's probably not interacting with the chat is screaming who this person is right now. Would I ad read for a product I actually use often? Yeah, probably. I guess it would depend on what the deal was. Maybe I would consider it. But there would have to be like a real genuine, like, I want you guys to buy this shit, you know? Because it's that good. I don't know. I mean, I guess, I mean, I've had offers before for like some gaming related stuff, but anything I've gotten that was gaming related, I'm like, I wouldn't use this, you know? Dude, the funniest one I ever got, that looking back on it, I should have just said fuck it and taken it. And I don't know, they might be a big brand. I didn't look too deeply into it. I'm just like, I'm not doing that. But I got this offer a long time ago. It was maybe like 2 years ago, for one of those massage guns thing. It's like got the ball at the end, and it just like, I think you see like athletes and stuff advertising it. I think I saw one recently. It was like an NFL player. It was like an actual TV commercial. John Concert saying, most streamers I watch talk in Discord to viewers. Yeah, we've talked about that before. I try to use the built-in YouTube community feature. It's not the best, but I don't know, man. I'm not like I've talked to my audience about Discord before, and I don't know if I'm ever gonna do it or not. I may one day, but I'm trying to just listen to my intuition, and my intuition is telling me like, dude, there it is, Brian Johnson. There you go. Not the lead singer of AC/DC. Yes, that guy. Dude, I think that's so funny. Like, he probably makes really good YouTube content. I haven't actually watched it, but I've seen like his videos pop up, and I know that he's a billionaire who's obsessed with de-aging and like living as long as he can. But I just think it's so funny. He's like, I want to play the YouTube game. Sometimes you just got to do it for the love of the game, you know? Billionaire or not. I get it. Dude, if I was rich, like if I like hit the lottery overnight, I'd still do YouTube, absolutely. I don't know if I'd do it at the same as much as I do per se, but I'd still be streaming a shit ton. I'd still be talking about these exact things. That's the crazy thing. If I was like purely rich, then you get my real opinions. No, I'm just kidding. You want to know how I really feel about Sony or Microsoft? Well, you already get that. Discord sucks. I've tried so many times to use it, and I'm like, I do feel that way. I know it's like an unpopular opinion, perhaps, and people love it, but I'm just like, I can't use this thing, man. It stresses me out. Yeah, that's what I've been told. I've been told it's amazing for communities. I appreciate what it offers. I appreciate the bridge that it offers, where it's like it's an in between, you know. So people want to continue the conversation, or if a creator or personality or whatever just wants to hop in and talk, and it kind of it's like a in some cases it feels like it's a never ending kind of just chat, right? It's like the chat room here, but if it just never closed. But that kind of intimidates me a little bit. Yeah, people use it for gaming all the time. I'll think about it. Maybe when things calm down a little bit behind the scenes. It's been a bit chaotic. My whole thing is like I'm not gonna end up. I don't think I'm gonna use it. That's the problem. Is like I did have a Discord temporarily, and I always remember feeling like, oh, dude, I haven't been on Discord for like a week. I should probably hop in and it's just I think people understood that like we know you don't want to be here, bro. You know, like nah, what's up, man? It's like we know you don't want to be here. Don't be such an unk. Use it, live in it, embrace it with every fiber of your being. Maybe. John Console, thank you for all the super chats today, by the way, man. You're saying XQC got a $100 million deal as well as the millions he made on Twitch before that. Still streams 10 to 12 hours, 7 days a week. Most huge streamers do it 6 to 10 hours daily. It's just it's an addiction at that point. I see. Even if I was rich, I wouldn't do that. Hell no, I wouldn't do that. I don't even do that now. I would be richer. I'm not rich, but I'd certainly make more money if I streamed 10 to 12 hours a day. I'm not built for that, man. I'm not built like that. Even if I wanted to, like, even if I had this desire where it's like, I want to do 10-hour streams, 8-hour streams, I would feel sorry for my family though, man. I don't mean this negatively to anybody who streams that much, but it's just like, I got kids, I got a wife, they would never see, or I don't know, maybe fuck it, I'll just do in real life streams. There you go. That's what people do, right? Just stream my everyday life. Oh boy, I think about that sometimes. That'd be some funny shit. But we'll see. Just try to keep it gaming for now. Well, I don't watch any of these big streamers. That's the thing. I'm familiar with them. Like, I've seen clips that I've randomly come across on like Twitter and stuff, but I've never actually sat down and watched any of these streamers. I feel like that I'm kind of like the game dev that doesn't play video games in a sense. And I always thought that was interesting. It was like, oh, there's like these game devs, or like the actor who like doesn't really watch movies or something. You know, I feel like I'm a streamer and I don't watch streamers. I watch YouTube, like I watch content. I use YouTube a lot, but yeah, I don't really watch streamers, man. Most of the stuff that I come across truly is it's from Twitter, you know, clips, and if anything, like if I could figure out a way to turn what I do on Twitter, I mean, I do kind of, it's not a job, but Twitter pays a little bit. So like, you know, when I see posts that I put out on Twitter go viral, I'm like, oh, cool. Maybe I make like 10, if I'm lucky, $10 on that. Gets millions of views. Maybe I'll make $10. If I can find a way to better monetize my the way I use Twitter, like the act of being on Twitter, I could use that on YouTube, but that's the drama, the toxicity. I've thought about that. I'm like, I don't know. That's too, I don't know that I want to go in that direction. It feels too much. Saying, bro, it's work hours. How do people see their kids and wives at work? You sound like you've never had a job before. No, I have. No, I'm just saying, like, dude, 10 to 12 hours. I've had jobs before where I had to work double overtime, and even then I wasn't built for it. I'm like, dude, don't get me wrong. Like, I want to go somewhere in life, you know? I understand the grind, but there was this one job I worked in a factory where I was like, I'll tell you what, man, that was sometimes you look back on life and you know, your experiences and you think, man, I guess everything does kind of have a reason. Maybe, I don't know, but sometimes it feels that way. And I remember looking back and I'm like, this job broke me, bro. I'm like, you guys want me to literally give you my life to just make ends meet. And that's why that's why I always try to express the gratitude I have for what I do here, with the understanding that it could go away at any time, you know? And there are so many people where like that to me, when I was working that job, it was like a driver where I'm like, I can't do that. Like this can't be my life. And I remember one day, I'm not saying this was a smart thing to do. It was actually not smart. Well, I don't know. Things worked out, but I went with my gut. And I remember one day I was just like, I'm done. Like, I'm not doing this here anymore. I feel like my mental health is going, my physical health is going, and the relationships with everybody around me are deteriorating because I feel like I live here and I can't do this anymore. And I just left. And I was really scared. I was like terrified. I'm like, this might be a really stupid decision. And I was all worked up, but I'm like, I gotta just, I took a small leap of faith, I guess you could say. And that could have been the worst thing. I don't know. At the time, I was like, this is going to be a huge mistake. But it worked out. Sometimes I guess you have to just go with your gut. Live by the funeral theory. What is funeral theory? Never heard of that. Funeral theory. The funeral theory is a concept suggesting that most people spend their lives overtly concerned with the opinions of others, but in the end, only a small number of people will be deeply affected by their death. The theory, popularized on social media, is often summarized by the idea that about 10 people cry at an average funeral, and that the number of attendees at the burial is heavily influenced by factors like bad weather. The core message is a call to liberation. Since so few people may deeply care in the end, individuals are encouraged to live more authentic, fulfilling lives that align with their own happiness rather than conforming to external expectations out of fear or guilt. Oh, interesting. I guess I've been living that way my whole life, or most of my life, without knowing it. I didn't know there was a name for it, the funeral theory. It's such a dark name, but I kind of like it. My funeral theory. That sounds like a band name, too. Funeral theory. Have you ever thought of making rage bait downfall content in your YouTube channel? You'll make millions in a single year's time. I've thought about it. I mean, this month alone, I've made just a couple of videos on Xbox, and those were made genuinely. Like, they were not made for any, like, there wasn't an extra thought that went into it. The only thought that comes out of it is like, You know, I could do this more with more things. But that's the thing that I don't think people understand. At least a lot of people that I encounter, and I don't expect them to, because I get it. It's like, you don't know who I am, and I don't know who you are. Like, we're just people on the internet. I'm just a person on the internet, and so are you. You know, I just have a name and a face. But, you know, I tell people, like, I do that because it's real. Like, I don't know that those videos, I don't know when a video is going to do well when it's not. Like, I make these news videos that I make because that's kind of what I want to do. That's, you know, I've always wanted to bring to the channel what I enjoy. And, I don't know, these days, I don't enjoy being, I say I don't enjoy it, but I am like this frequently. I guess what I'm trying to say is, like, I've thought about going that direction, and I understand that's where we are. Like, it was easy for me to kind of go in the direction back in 2019 and 2020 and 2021 of, like, hype, because that's how I really felt. I'm like, this shit's awesome. And I'm stoked. Like, I love this. I love the energy behind it, and I was thriving in it. And then over the years, it slowed down a little bit, and, you know, the hype slowly dissipated, and it turned into, you know, a kind of relaxed, like, this is good, you know? Sometimes it's very good. Sometimes it's a little, I don't know about this. But on the flip side of that, like, there was this video I uploaded a long time ago. I remember it. I remember this so intensely, not intensely, it's the wrong word, but I remember it so well because I was surprised by it. I remember back in, I think it was July of 2020. Now, granted, I'm sure this video got an, you know, excess viewership because of the pandemic and people being inside, of course. But I remember that we had just got done watching the Xbox showcase, and everybody and their mother and their grandmother was clowning on Halo Infinite. And, you know, I remember I made this video, and it was a genuine video where, like, I could have just laughed at Xbox. I could have utterly shit on them and talk about how they're the worst of the worst and a joke and everybody should hate them. But I decided to make the video, and I even did this as somebody who's not even really a Halo fan, because I started to realize, like, oh, this is bad. Like, even at that time, I knew, I'm like, oh, come on, man. I made the video something along the lines of, like, if I recall correctly, it was like Microsoft basically dropped the ball with their biggest franchise and their new console. And the whole video was basic. Some of you guys may have remembered this. It went on to get like 160 or 170,000 views. And I did highlight Craig, and I was talking about how, like, this should not be the topic of discussion. This is a disaster. And I was expressing my extreme disappointment in that this was supposed to be the moment that Microsoft came out swinging, showing up to match Sony. And instead, they are now the laughingstock of the internet. And I was, like, telling people, like, this is part of the reasons why I left Xbox, dude. Because it's like, this is the type of shit that they just can't stop doing. And I don't know why. And I just think about that sometimes, because it's like, I think that video is still up. Yeah, it should be. It was back in 2020. Unless, maybe I'm misremembering, but I'm sure I don't know if I don't recall making jokes in that video, but people were in agreement with me because they saw that too. And it was just like, this is coming from somebody who's mainly covering PlayStation at the time, where I'm like, this is not, like, I wasn't really focused on kicking Microsoft while they were down. I was more focused on, like, asking why. You know, like, why are you, like, you guys, Sony didn't even knock you down. You knocked yourself down again. What are you doing? And I remember that because it's just like, I don't know, man. Your Last of Us 2 disappointment / rage bait April, May 2020 videos had a lot of views. Well, you know what's interesting about that, Tarnished, as well? That's the same thing. I walked away from that because I'm like, I'm becoming misunderstood. And I'm getting grouped in with other content creators and stuff for the wrong reasons. And I'm like, I have to nip this in the bud. I didn't want to. I spent the next fucking 3 years on my streams talking about The Last of Us Part 2, but it was because, like, you know, people started to interpret that content as like you're joining like that group of people, you know, like you're just a hater now. And it's like, no, like like, this is me. But I started to wake up and kind of realize, like, you know, I started to wake up and realize that, like, dude, if you keep talking about this and making videos that, you know, clearly getting good views, but this is all it's about, like, you're just doing this for the money. And it's like, there's nothing wrong with that. You're allowed to do that, but it's like, is this how you want to make, is this why you came here to do this? Is that going to satisfy you and bring you some type of contentment? And I realized, like, no, being miserable about The Last of Us Part 2 as my main content driver and hating on Neil Druckmann and Naughty Dog and Abby in The Last of Us Part 2, while we will talk about it extensively throughout the years, I can't make, like, I'm not trying to signal that as that's what my channel is now. You know what I mean? And so I had to stop that because that's what it was turning into. And I'm like, it is too easy, man. It is. Like, and I think that's partly why I don't do it. Because it's like the easiest thing in the world is to just ride the trend. Because the trend is right in front of your face, screaming at you every day. John Console, you're saying, you see the Twitter reply, Grok said he talked more about Microsoft. I did, but it said it was based off of 60 posts. I didn't say compile 60 posts. Compile posts for the year. Compile the last 1,000 posts, the last 5,000 posts. And I'm certain, and if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'll take the L, bro. But I'm fairly certain that, like, you compile those posts, way, 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 way more PlayStation posts than Xbox. I think. But yet, I mean, the last 60, you're talking about the last probably month. Truthfully, that's probably like 60 posts on Twitter. You're talking the last 30, 35 days. The last 30, 35 days have absolutely been dominated by two things: Ghost of Yotei and the shit show that's Microsoft. And now I will say I purposely refrained from tweeting about Ghost of Yotei the week building up to its launch and basically the launch week, because I knew it was very toxic, and I'm like, I don't need that stress. But that's, I guess I should have been more specific in my question. I should have asked them to compile maybe 1,000 posts. And again, if I could ask Grok, I guess, to compile 1,000 posts, but truthfully, like, my whole thing with people is like, they're like, stop talking about Xbox. It's like, I had a stream this year where I titled it Press A Podcast, and I put the A button from the Xbox controller. And I'm like, listen, guys, if you want me to just say I'm a PlayStation and Xbox YouTuber, I will do that. And I don't think none of my regular viewers are going to give a shit. Because they know that. They already know that. If that's what people want me to do, sure. But my question is that really going to stop people from saying these things? Like, why can't I turn to those people and say, no, I won't. I will be a PlayStation YouTuber that also talks about Xbox whenever I want. And there's nothing you can do about it. Except this, one very important thing: walk away. Block me. Unsubscribe. You get what I'm saying? And I'm not trying to be rude to people, but it's like, if the only thing you can bring to me is, why are you talking about Xbox? I just feel like that's weak, because it's like, well, what about everything else I said? What about every other? And I understand. I know that I have that kind of personality, that sometimes, my energy is picked up as like being, antagonistic and stuff. And I get that. Trust me, I get that. And I understand that's why some people get upset. But it's just, look, man, like, I'm not trying to actually like fight with people about it. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's where I'm misunderstood. is I think people interpret that like they have this idea that it's like, I want to see Xbox die. It's like, bro, I don't need to wish that because Microsoft is making that a reality, like faster than anybody, faster than Sony ever could. And when I say like, it's like when I talked about, for example, I pointed out how Satya Nadella in this most recent interview, he didn't say the word Xbox one time. The entire transcript, he's talking about gaming, doesn't say the word Xbox a single fucking time. And I pointed that out. And I'm just like, he didn't say Xbox, not once. And people get mad at me for that. We're like, what are you trying to say? It's like, what are you, like, it's not what I'm saying, it's what they're saying. What do you think they're saying by saying that? And it's like, what they're saying is pretty clear that, like, we're not trying to talk about Xbox. We're trying to talk about Microsoft gaming. And that to me is like, I don't understand why me pointing that out triggers people, specifically Xbox fans or even fanboys, to the degree where it's like, I get it's because you're the PlayStation guy. So clearly you only mean, like, you are only ever doing this in bad faith. And it's like, I don't need to do anything in bad faith, bro. Like, again, Microsoft is the one who did the damage. I'm just the one who called it as it was. It's just like, there it is, man. And then when people say, well, why do you care? You know why? You know why I care when Satya Nadella doesn't say a fucking word about Xbox when talking about their future in gaming? I care because it's like, bro, what does it mean when Xbox is the only thing that's talked about? Because it's supposed to be the biggest competitor to Sony. To now the company refuses to even, the CEO of the company refuses to even acknowledge the brand itself or mention the name. That's not me saying it's over, it's done. That's me saying, like, they want it. Like, they're trying to walk away from it and turn it into something else. I'm trying to understand what that something else is in an effort to understand what does this mean for PlayStation. And at the end of the day, because, you know, that's the other thing too, what those people who call me out and shit and they bust my balls, what they won't tell you is all the people that come my way, they'll be like, stop console warring. Meanwhile, here's a post about the PlayStation Portal. LOL, Xbox could do that already. Like, bro, what? But I'm the one console warring? Okay. You're saying so Microsoft talks less about Xbox than you. LOL, I'm joking. Damn it. I fell for it hook, line, and sinker. Microsoft is like, we don't need to talk. Satya Nadella's like, watch this. How much you want to bet MBG's going to talk about Xbox? I won't even mention the name. I won't even bring the name up. I love that idea. No, I mean, I just think that, you know what it is? And I'll go for a little bit longer. You know what I think it is? I think I'm completely content and understanding of Microsoft as a corporation and what they're doing in gaming. You know? Like, I've reached, like, the damage is done, in my opinion. And if you don't even have to refer to it as damage, you could just refer to it as the decision has been made. And I feel like I'm totally at peace with it, I guess you could say. It sounds dramatic, but it's like Microsoft, they've decided they're going in this direction with their hardware. They're going in this direction with their subscriptions. They're going in this direction in gaming, and they're going in this direction as a publisher. And all of this is fine. I realize where I begin to start to feel a little bit like, you know, like there's a thorn twisting in my side, is when this information that is put out there by Microsoft themselves, when this information is put out there, maybe it is the nature of the fact that you're on Twitter, you're on YouTube, you're a personality that covers PlayStation, and you talk a lot about Xbox. It feels frequently, more frequently than it should. Like, I am encountering like the actual fanboys. Like, don't get me wrong, they're on the PlayStation side too, but here's what I will highlight. The toxic PlayStation fanboys, they obviously exist. They have accounts. They have maybe YouTube channels, I suppose. They're on Twitter. They're being taken care of every day. Every single day. That's the funny thing. They're being torn to shreds, ridiculed, and I'm not here to say whether it's deserved or not. I'm not even paying attention. But they are. Like, you get a PlayStation fanboy account that says something, and it's like, well, that's a fanboy response. Like, that's total fanboy nonsense. They're gonna be featured in every video. They're gonna be all over the place. And I know this because unwillingly I end up being subjected to it, where I'm like, who even is that? Who is that? I don't know who this is, but I'm seeing people prop them up and be like, we need to like make an example of this guy. I'm like, who even is that, bro? Why are you giving him more of a voice if what they're saying is so nonsense? The easiest thing to do is don't acknowledge it at all. But I understand. See, that's the thing, is like, they do that because it gets under their skin. And I realize the opposite kind of happens to me, where these people, they do get under my skin. This same type of person, but on the other side of it, where it's like, I'm not. It's like, listen, it's like this article from Jez Corden, right? And I'm not placing any blame on Jez. I have no ill will towards Jez. Seems like a fine dude. Like, I don't know. He does good work with these reports, I guess. I mean, I found this informative. But it's like the header of this says, Xbox is dead, long live Xbox, as the saying goes. No gaming platform in history has been declared dead as many times as Xbox, yet live. It still does. And it's like that's what I'm talking about. Where it's like, who is saying that? And why? Because previously, the only people saying that were supposedly the fanboys. And my argument towards that is ignore them, because they're irrelevant. And they are, they're going to think Xbox is dead even if Xbox is selling 100 million consoles. Ignore that. But now you're seeing more prevalent people, bigger people in not just the gaming space, but generally speaking. They're starting to say, wait, is Xbox dead? What's going on? And you see all the clickbait titles and all the, and suddenly you're seeing people that weren't even paying attention to Xbox. Now they're involved in the conversation. So what I'm saying is, like, what Jez is starting his article with here, it makes sense, because it's like, yes, Microsoft for the past 3 weeks has had a complete, it's just been one thing after the other. And you're seeing like actual people who can have consequential reactions, takes, and opinions getting involved. And this makes sense. But the irony is that when it's dealt with, when it's taken care of, when this cycle is over, you're going to still see some of the same people, some of the same people that are like pushing back against it, saying, no, it's not. They're just going to keep going and going, even when everybody else has moved on. And this is what I don't understand. This is where I start to question, like, who is Penguin's new video, Battlefield Battle Royale, bad? Oh, God. Yo, EA seeing that is like, so look, I'm just saying, man, like, the disconnect is here. I know what it is. I'm the disconnect is that people are like, you position yourself as a PlayStation content creator, but you speak I don't know if the word authoritatively, maybe that's too strong a word, but I'm sure people perceive it that way. But you speak very passionately, I guess we could say, about Xbox. You shouldn't be the one doing that. It should be the Xbox fans and the Xbox pundits and influencers and content creators. I do mostly agree with that, but my question is, like, do they not talk about PlayStation? And if we delve into this kind of semantical, well, they don't talk about it as much as you talk about Xbox, vice versa. It's like okay, so we're gonna have this semantical argument about who's talking more about what now. To what end? To what end? Even in this Jez Corden article, one of the big things that's highlighted is in this Xbox device, you'll be able to play PlayStation games. Why are we talking about PlayStation on an article that's dedicated to talking about upcoming Xbox hardware, a new Xbox console? Oh, wait, I know why. Because it's a major part of what this console is going to be able to do. Just like when Microsoft announces Halo for PlayStation, it's like, why are we talking about Xbox? Huh? It's like, bro, Halo was just announced for PlayStation. But you're always going to get those people. They're like, but why are you talking? It's like, I'm getting to it. Why are you asking questions like that, man? Because that's where I start to get really concerned. Like, why are we asking those questions? Where the answer is literally slapped across your face, but you're still going to stand there with a dead serious look and ask, but why are you talking about this? And yes, maybe it is a troll, but that's the thing. I encountered quite a few people. It's not a troll. Oh, it's not a troll. Like, they're serious. And that's where I'm like, you got to be kidding me, bro. Whiskey Gaming with a $5 chat says the reason why Microsoft raised the prices for the dev kits is so that developers can go elsewhere. This will give them the excuse to go all in on AI. I didn't look too deeply into that dev kit situation. I saw there was a big deal being made about that. I should have looked deeper into it, but I don't. People were saying that the prices weren't actually raised. I don't know. I didn't look too deeply into it. Yeah, I mean, could that be it? That would be a weird play. That's what I call a 5D chess move, bro. Look, I want to show you this though. I'm asking for fairness that doesn't exist for people that live in delusion. And that's fine. I don't expect things to be totally fair. I don't know, man. I guess I just expect if it's like, if you're going to come to the plate, like, what are you showing me right now? What are you saying to me right now? Like, this person, I'm going to give you indulge me for just a minute with Twitter here. I put out a post. I said a new PlayStation Portal update is rumored to be coming soon that will allow PS Plus premium members to stream their own digital games via cloud. I got this reply from this person, and they say, according to others, that means it is not a PlayStation because you can't play natively, right? Right? And I responded and I said, correct. It's not a PlayStation. It's a PlayStation Portal. I shouldn't have to be the troll. Ever. I should not have to be the troll. But you know what the irony here is? It's not even a troll. You know what I was originally going to say? I was going to say, here's the difference, my friend. My brother in Christ. Listen. Microsoft has done nothing but beat me, you, and your sister over the head with a marketing beat. In your face. This is an Xbox, right? That's what they do. They just market the shit out of that. And they tell you every day, all day, this is an Xbox. Did you Some sorry. Dude, Gaming Survivor, that can't be true, man. That's freaky ass behavior. Maybe that's why I feel so crazy. Maybe I wouldn't feel so crazy if I had like groups, like Discord groups with like PlayStation fanboys that I could join, you know, and keep my cognitive dissonance thriving. John Console, you're saying dev kits were cheaper for smaller devs, I believe. Oh, okay. Yeah, I never looked into the pricing of dev kits. I always knew that you had to rent them though. And that Sony and Microsoft were like, you got to give those back now, which I always think is the funniest thing. You can't keep that shit until one day you find a PlayStation 5 dev kit being sold on eBay. But like that's the thing, man, is, you know, I encounter people like this, and again, it's not the people themselves. It's whatever starts to get upvotes and likes and stuff, where it's like I'm just trying to understand where people are coming from. Because if many people agree with something, it doesn't mean it's an intelligent take. It doesn't mean it doesn't make them intelligent. You know? Just like, you know, people, if everybody gravitates towards the most popular thing, it doesn't always mean it's the best thing. Sometimes it does, other times it doesn't. You have to analyze it a little bit further to really understand what you're looking at. And I feel like when I put I do what people tell me to do. Well, I didn't do it because they told me, but it's like, you know, people are saying, hey, man, focus more on PlayStation, less on Xbox. Okay, here's a tweet about a rumored feature coming to the PlayStation Portal. And the first thing I'm met with is somebody saying, like, but I guess it's not really a PlayStation because it doesn't play games natively. And it's like, bro, keep that shit over there on the Xbox side, okay? Because Microsoft is the one who posed the question in the first place. You dumb, stupid animals. It wasn't me who asked if it was an Xbox. It wasn't Irfan or Gaming Survivor or John Console or Magnum Gaming or New Soul 9. None of us asked if it was an Xbox console. It was literally Microsoft when they told you this is an Xbox console, hoping that the follow-up question is this an Xbox console? Yes. MBG, this is an Xbox console. Your toaster? Xbox console. Everything is an Xbox console. They're the ones who posed the question. Literally, Microsoft. And yet you get people out here that are like getting all upset and in their feels. You know, when a device comes out that seems more like it's a PC than a handheld console, you know, it's more PC than it is Xbox. And people are like, so is that really an Xbox? It's like, yes, it's an Xbox. Why do you think we preemptively made you question if it was an Xbox? And I'm just saying, like, Sony didn't do that. They never once made you ask if the PlayStation Portal's a PlayStation. They didn't put you in that position. They just fucking gave it to you and said, here's the thing that you might want. No, it's not a PSP. No, it's not a PS Vita, you idiot. Does it look like a Vita? Is it called a Vita? No, it's called the PlayStation Portal. What does the PlayStation Portal do? You could stream games. You stupid moron. I love the idea that this is how Sony's talking to their customers. You can stream games on it. Oh, okay. What else does it do? That's it. Oh, okay. So it's an accessory. Yes, it's an accessory. It's a companion device. But is it a PlayStation? Is it a PlayStation? I'll tell you what. Boot up Windows 11 on my PlayStation Portal. I'll tell you that ain't a PlayStation. That is not a PlayStation. I don't know what that is. That's some cursed ass device right there. It's a DualSense. that can boot Windows 11 and stream PlayStation 5 games. Anyway, I'm just having fun with it, by the way. I clearly ran out of topics a while ago. John Concert saying, just disable X comments and put links to your YouTube channel. Bro, I should. Listen, I don't know when this day is going to come. Eventually it will. I promise you. I've been building up to this for a long, long time. And trust me, it's going to happen. The day's going to come where I'm going to actually do one smart thing for my channel and, my brand overall. And this is a trend that it's not a trend. It's clearly here to stay. And I have to embrace it. Clips upon clips upon clips. Because yes, there are potentially hundreds of thousands, maybe even millions of people out there that would actually be interested in what I'm saying here, to some small degree anyway. But they see that I put out a stream that's 4 fucking hours long, and they're like, what are you doing? I don't care if there's timestamps. I'm not clicking on that. I understand. I'm talking maybe shorts. I'm talking clips all over my Twitter. I'm talking maybe even a separate clips channel where it's like 10, 15-minute segments. I'm going to do this eventually, even if if I'm able to scale up enough and hire somebody to do it, because it's necessary. Because, I'm not leveraging, my, these different tools, I guess you could say, that are at my disposal. And every time I've tried to do it before, I just couldn't be committed to it. And so I'm only going to do it again when I'm actually committed, and I'm going to make sure, I might have to hire an editor. You hate it on shorts, but now you get it. It's money. Well, that's the thing, man, is it's not even about the money. It's like YouTube and TikTok and Instagram. It's like, I don't want to do this content. I don't like shorts. I have there's some good content on there. But the big thing about it is these companies these platforms are all making it clear that it's like, if you want to have any level of exposure, you got to do this. If not, you will not get exposure. I make videos almost every day, Now, granted, I try not to lean into clickbait stuff or the rage bait stuff. And I you see how slow the channel's growing, man. It's like, they've really made it so you gotta throw yourself out there now aggressively. You gotta throw yourself in front of people. Because if you don't, millions, billions of people will. And it's daunting because it's like, yeah, I'm not a big fan of shorts. I don't know how I can properly convey the type of content I do here through a short, but it's just gotten to a point where I'm going to have to look into it. You find loads of channels through shorts. Exactly. That's what I mean. Is it's just, when you, at least for me, when I pull up YouTube on my phone, the first thing it shows me is 4 shorts. First thing. Title your shorts with, is Xbox actually dying? There you go. And do a cut clip from your stream. No, I see, for me, Tarnished, it's, is Xbox actually dying? It'll be a 3-second clip. The answer is yes. Yes, they are. And short. I'm just kidding. I mean, that sounds like a good short to me, You can also stream in vertical. Yeah, dude, I saw that too. What's up with that? Streaming in vertical. I'm going to start streaming on TikTok. The Della was right. MBG, that's it. I'm making a channel of clips of you and linking them to your channel. Thank you, Shadowlink. Yeah, it's just tough, man, because it's like, I don't know. Everybody has their bandwidth limits, I suppose. And I won't lie, I reach my bandwidth pretty quickly, man. Where I would like to try to do these other things, but every time I try, I burn myself out so quickly. And I I never understood. I'm like, why does everybody hire editors and stuff? Like, why does everybody have like a team of people? I get it now. It's because it's very difficult. It's challenging because I do have other responsibilities outside of this and other things I have to do. And, I'm all about the grind mostly, right? But it's hard, man. It's hard finding that balance. The era of brain rot BG if he joins TikTok. NPC streams? Are those still a thing, by the way? Are NPC streams still a thing? There's no way they're still a thing, right? Editing is, dude, yeah, I'm not a good editor. I'm very, very basic with editing. I do not like it because it is, shout out to editors, man. Like, they do good work. It ain't easy. Editing is challenging. You get good at it. You get very good at it. And you can start getting quick with it, but it ain't easy. It requires a ton of focus. MBG, can I get hired as the head of creative and content? Oh, yeah. I'm curious to see what that looks like, Gaming Survivor. Not yet, Conservative Juggalo. Not yet. In time. And I'm still building it. Still building it. You've worked with Power Director, Irfan. And New Saw, I'm sorry, bro. I missed your super chat. You're saying use shorts to complain about the shorts. Hey, guys, I'm just making this quick YouTube short to let you know I absolutely hate YouTube shorts, but this is the only way YouTube's going to let me get any type of exposure. So we talk about PlayStation and Xbox and, a bunch of other stuff. Like, let me tell you about that game, The Matrix Path of Neo, just cuts off with a link to my channel. There you go. I mean, yeah, you could do anything, man. The shit that I've seen out, you could do anything. But you always got to ask that question. Just because you can doesn't mean you should. I do put them in alphabetical order, by the way. Yeah, the games. Play into it. Make it make it a palatable form of content. Discuss why Xbox is dying, how it dies, how it may not die, how it will die, what to do after its demise. Slopify your content and add a few sponsors. Wait, Tarnished, why are you encouraging this? Slopify. Oh my God, Slopify. I have not heard that term yet. Slopify it. Slop it up. I heard in shitification, but this is the first I'm hearing of Slopify. I kind of like it. Doing ad reads and shit. Today's I could probably do it good too. Like, today's podcast is brought to you by, let me get my glasses. Element. If you want to buy salt, actually, Element's pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. Mrs. MBG uses Element. Not sponsored by them. Today's sponsorship. What are the cat treats that I use? Temptations. I mean, that would be a smart one. Random question. Have you thought about getting a hair transplant? I'm sorry. That's just, Irfan, I read random question. I didn't think it was going to be that random. Here's a short for you. Random question, MBG. Have you thought about getting a hair transplant? My hair roots are weak and have started falling out. I'll probably go bald in a few years, just like my cousins. Or you, LOL. No, I would never do hair. I'm at a point in my life, Irfan. I don't know how I come off on streams, but I am at a point in my life, bro, where, like, I thought about it. I'm like, maybe I will just grow my hair out again and say, fuck it. It would take so long to grow out, dude. It would take like 2 years to grow my hair out. It grows in fast at first, and then it just stops. And it stops at this point where it's like, I look not good. It looks bad. Bad. But I'm thinking about just like, I'm just going to grow it out and say, fuck it. But I have a wife, that I have to think about. At the end of the day, she'll let me do what I want. Doesn't mean she's going to be happy about it. And I'm lucky because I remember when I first started losing my hair, I'm like, ah, shit. And it just kind of happened. And I'm like, oh, that's not good. And I was looking here and here, and it just like really thin. And I'm like, bro, what's that peach fuzz? That used to be real hair. Stop that. Stop biting my. Stop. Get down. Get down. Get down. But I just remember, at first feeling like, oh man, what am I going to do? And I was not, I never like shaved my head. I always had short hair, like a buzz cut. Um, but like, I remember one day I was like, I'm just going to try to take a razor to my head and see what that looks like. And it felt really weird at first. It definitely feels strange at first. I'm like, I'm not used to this. And then I just stuck with it. And I'm lucky because my wife likes the look. She likes my bald look, right? Like with a shaved head. She actually prefers that on me. Now keep in mind, I used to have a full head of hair. I used to I could slick it back. I could grow it out, make it look crazy if I want. But a lot of times I would keep it pretty short. And I always had cowlicks and everything, so it looked kind of weird. But ever since I shaved my head, she's like, "Oh, I like that look a lot more." Do I sleep? I sleep with the hat, yeah. The hat is now part of my identity on this channel, by the way. I was planning on not wearing the hat anymore after my dome unveiling, but then I'm like, I can't do it. It's like weird. I'm like, I need to wear the hat. Boss, what do you want? Get down. Get down, boy. See what you're doing? Knocking shit down? No, Jack Kinetic, dude, I kid you not. I kid you not. Like, I've asked her before, like, do you want me to do something? Should I do something about getting my hair back? Should I wear a toupee? But she likes the way my head looks shaved. And I've just gotten used to it. Prince G, bald heads. I don't know though. I would be surprised. She wouldn't lie to me. She would straight up tell me. By the way, we have that kind of relationship. She'll just tell me. If she's like, yeah, you should. Like she'll say, like, do whatever you want, But if I ask her, like, I want your honest to God opinion. Like, tell me. She would absolutely. I'll ask her after this. I'll ask her again. Get down. Now I'm getting mad. Get down. You want to fight? You should see this boy right now. He's looking at me like, stay. 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 You want to go? You want to go, huh? Look at him. Look at him. He's like, I'll fuck you up. That's it. I got you now. I got you now, boss. Now you're not leaving. Gaming Survivor, let me see what you're saying. We'll wrap this up in a couple minutes. MBG, if you hire me as head of creative, this channel will enter its WWE Attitude Era phase. Oh, shit. Oh, man. If you ever consider a live stream with a few other people, I'm putting my hat in for discussion. If you're bald, it can make you look menacing. New sad song from Gaming Survivor. Gaming Survivor, bring it back tomorrow. This stream, I'll play it tomorrow. Gaming Survivor. Make sure you tune in. You'll be on conscription soon. You'll go full bald. It's a law here for health. Well, it's not too bad. Might be a good day to play. Might be good to play today. Leave everyone upset and shit. Well, yeah, that's the reason why Gaming Survivor, because I told Irfan I was going to react to the Mighty Keef video on Halo going to PlayStation. Convicts are usually bald. Boss! That's it. Out. Out. No, get out. You're annoying the hell out of me, man. All right, let's this is how we'll wrap today's stream up. I'm assuming that's the last video he uploaded, right? Sorry, I don't have it prepared. I brought it up earlier, but I accidentally exited out of it. So here we go. How Xbox fans reacted to Halo on PS5. Oh, shit. Okay. This is going to be a good one. Although, where is my screen capture? Well, that doesn't look right. Hang tight, guys. Hang tight. I don't know why this is all messed up. I save it every time, and then it just goes right back. See, like, why does it look like that? Here we go. Something doesn't feel right about this. It feels so elongated. Why does it look like that, bro? Oh my god. Whatever. We're just gonna have to deal with it. F it, we'll do it live. Oh, that's why. Okay. This is what happens when you use light mode. Sorry. Sorry. Shit still doesn't look right. All right. God damn. Now we can watch it. Although I want to pop out my chat. Damn, dude. The amount of video recommendations. All right, let's check it out.
Damn, Mighty Keef. Bro, it's happening. It's really happening. The announcement is finally here. Halo! New game, bro. We finally getting a new game. I'm gonna be in that thing like, Halo about to go crazy. You see, this is why Xbox increased Game Pass. It all makes sense, because they're about to release the greatest game in history on us. Announcement starting. It's starting. What is it? Halo 6? Halo 7? Halo Infinite Part 2? Electric Boogaloo? It's Halo 1. It's a Halo 1 remake. We're getting Halo 1 for the third time. You know, that's fine, right? Yeah, I mean, I love Halo 1. It's one of the greatest games ever made. It's a masterpiece. I mean, it just means more people can enjoy greatness. Facts. All they gotta do is put that bad boy in 4K, update the graphics, don't change anything else with the game. They added sprinting. Huh? Sprint? Oh, you must be talking about the cellular network, because there's no sprint in Halo 1. That's heresy. Nah, it's fine, bro. It makes sense. More movement is fun. The original game didn't have sprinting. Can't add a new mechanic because it removes the original experience. It's gonna feel more modern. I don't want it to feel modern. I want it to feel like Halo. But whatever. You know? Whatever. Just as long as they don't mess with the Warthog has extra seats. Why would they mess with perfection? Why? It's fine, it makes sense. It's 4-player co-op. You gotta have extra seats. Adding sprinting and changing up the sacred Warthog? That's egregious. Only good news is they really can't do nothing else to make it worse. Halo's coming to PS5. Wake up. Wake up. You're going to be okay, bro. You're going to be all right, man. Wake up. You're going to be fine, all right? How many fingers am I holding up? Cookies. We're going to need an ambulance. What's the problem? Just means more people can enjoy greatness. Oh, no. Not you. I guess when Phil Spencer said only 4 games going to PlayStation, he meant only 4 that year. And for the future, we getting them all. Oh, God, this can't be happening. Forgive me for my arrogance, but y'all saw what I did to Sega, right? Now look what I'm about to do to you. Gears of War was hard enough, but now Halo? What's the point of having an Xbox now? Brother, I am Xbox now. Oh, no. Y'all paying $1,000 for a handheld just for my system to play the same games. That's unforgivable. You go away. Go away to your games about reluctant father figures and their journey with children. Y'all waiting for Halo, but got Halo 1 a third time. When they said Halo Infinite, they meant it, boy. You ain't getting nothing else. This can't be the end of Xbox. It just can't be. Oh, Xbox is still alive. It's just living in my system. Goodbye, bitch boy. These console wars are so dumb. Y'all lost to me so long ago. Is he gone? Yeah, he's gone, man. Hey, look. As bad as things look for Xbox, and boy do they look bad, at least I know I can find some solace in the fact we can stomp on noobs again in Halo 1. Multiplayer about to go crazy, right? Right?
Or that's just crazy.
Bro, okay, that had to, I think that was the best one ever so far. Holy shit, dude. That was fucking funny. Like the first half was good, but when he was like, it can't get worse, bro, hold on.
Coming to PS5. Wake up. Wake up. You're going to be okay, bro. You're going to be all right, man. Wake up. You're going to be fine, all right? How many fingers am I holding up? Cookies. We're going to need an ambulance.
Dude, when he fucking walks in and it's supposed to be Sony, oh my God. It's so funny. Like, dude, it's so good.
What's the problem? Just means more people can enjoy greatness. Oh, no. Not you. I guess when Phil Spencer said only 4 games going to PlayStation.
Dude, the fucking camera angle, it's so funny, man. Like, it's so well done. What's wrong? I think the best part of this video, though, I have to say, I think the best part of this video is at the very end when the dude's finally like, is he gone? Like, Sony leaves. And he's like, yeah, and he finally comes to terms that he's like, at least we can be stomping on noobs. And then Nintendo's just there. At least we can be stomping on noobs in the multiplayer, right? Right? That's unforgivable. That's amazing, dude.
Yeah, he's gone, man. Hey, look. As bad as things look for Xbox, and boy do they look bad, at least I know I can find some solace in the fact we can stomp on noobs again in Halo 1. Multiplayer about to go crazy, right? Right?
Dude, that shit is gold. That's gold, man. Right? That multiplayer about to go crazy.
You know, whatever. Just as long as they don't mess with the Warthog has extra seats. Why would they mess with perfection? Why? It's fine, it makes sense. It's 4-player co-op. You gotta have extra seats. Adding sprinting and changing up the sacred Warthog? That's egregious. Only good news is they really can't do nothing else to make it worse. Halo's coming to PS5.
Dude. That's too good. They can't do anything else. They can't get any worse than this. Halo's coming to PS5. Oh God, man. Holy shit. I mean, it is like this. This is an accurate description. I'm sorry. I'm really enjoying this one. This one was funny as shit. That was good. That was good, bro. I wasn't expecting it to be that good. Sony just sponsored one of his videos? No fucking way, bro. Sony watching these videos like, it do be like that, though. It do be like that. That's amazing. Ah, good shit. Good, dude, this pause screen, though, like, or this freeze frame, what the hell even is this? I'm about to make that like a fucking soundbite. That's so good. I'm about to make this a soundbite.
Adding sprinting and changing up the. They really can't do nothing else to make it worse. Halo's coming to PS5.
Bro, I'm about to make that a soundbite. They really can't do anything worse. They can't make it any worse. That's so good. That's so good. That's awesome. Shit, man. Good stuff. Never disappoints. Ooh. That was a good one. I'm glad I brought that up, Irfan. Good recommendation. All right. Oh, jeez. I think this will be a good place to wrap it up, though, guys. We're approaching the 4.5 hour mark soon. Oh, the irony of that, Irfan. Microsoft's earnings are out. Hardware's down 29%. MBG Fox Hunt tomorrow? Fuck yeah, bro. Hell yeah. Irfan's basically like my producer. Yeah. I'm super stoked. Super stoked for Fox Hunt tomorrow, man. I can't deny my level of excitement for this. I hope it doesn't disappoint. Xbox Live is currently down for all users. Well, that's not good. So, Irfan, did Microsoft's earnings literally just come out? I'm not seeing anything on them. Just see if there's anything of note. Oh, the Resident Evil Requiem Deluxe Edition. Oh, they have a Lady D costume for Grace. That's crazy. Yo, that is crazy. That's so funny. All right, let me go back to the chat here. Irfan, you probably posted about it, didn't you? Irfan, could you link me if you have anything for the Microsoft earnings? Well, you said hardware is down 29%. I guess that's not surprising. Is there any other like anything else that they revealed? I think doesn't Fox Hunt come out at 9 p.m. tonight for me? Hold on, Fox Hunt release times. So, oh shit, 9 p.m. Eastern Time, October 29th. Yo, I think I'm gonna be playing tonight. It says 9 p.m. EDT. So 6 p.m. PDT for the West Coast. So the West Coast is getting it 3 hours earlier. Oh shit. I'm gonna be playing this tonight. Irfan, thank you, buddy. Let me bring that up. Okay, so Microsoft Q1 Fiscal 2026 earnings, Xbox content and services revenue increased 1%. Forecasted mid-single-digit decline, driven by growth of Xbox Game Pass and third-party content, partially offset by decline in first-party content. Xbox hardware revenue declined 29%. So nothing really of note there. It says gaming revenue decreased $113 million or 2%, driven by a decline in Xbox hardware, offset in part by growth in Xbox content and services. Okay, yeah. So nothing really too crazy. Pretty you know, unexciting. MBG needs to hit each stream with the Keegan Michael anger energy. Hell yeah. As head of creative, though, I think we need to get you onto 300% testosterone, steroids, and 2 times daily limit of caffeine. Yeah, I mean that'd be great, man. I don't know. Maybe I should go on the tea and yeah, up the caffeine a little bit, get some Macho Man Randy Savage energy going. Some Ultimate Warrior. We don't need the buckets. Rest in peace to my cousin. He loved that video. He showed me that Ultimate Warrior video and was obsessed with it, man. He even did like a video edit of it a long time ago. Shit was so funny. Good times. Good times. All right, guys. This will be a good place to wrap it up. I want to thank everybody for all of the support. Hit the like button. Yeah. You're about to start pumping iron again, Prince? Buying some supplements again? Hell yeah, man. Sorry, Tarnished. I do got to wrap some things up. I got to make sure I leave some time for dinner and cleaning up. Got to get a workout in. Yeah, I was thinking about going on some nitric oxide supplementation as well. It's been a little while. The last nitric oxide supplement I took, I got real fucked up because it was called Animal Pump. And I don't know, like I was kind of sick at the time though, like I was coming off of a virus and I took this and it messed me up, man. Like I was at the gym and I felt not good. So like something was wrong. And I just remember it like it just did something to me. And I got scared from it after that. I'm like, I'm not taking that anymore. But yeah, I mean, it worked. It worked. It gave me a good pump, but maybe too good. The anti-stack is sugar, tap water, and rapeseed oils. Kryptonite for MBG. Yeah, dude. The anti-stack. All right, guys. That's it. I seriously want to thank everybody, though, for your support. We had incredible support today. 75 members. Thank you so much for that. Shout out to everybody who dropped memberships today. We got some big support, some big member donations. Again, if you got a membership, go check out the member content. Big thank you to everybody who dropped super chats too. We got a lot of super chat support. We also got a lot of direct donations. So on all fronts, you guys showed incredible support, and thank you so much for that. Really, I can only do this because you guys make it possible. We'll keep it going. I did put out a video earlier. You can check that out if you missed it. And I'm curious to see what November and December bring. I am. It's going to be an interesting time. Nas is the way to go. Nas is the way, bro. Yeah, so also want to give a shout out to Devil Shooter. Okay, Devil Shooter does the timestamps for the streams. He does a great job. If you guys see him in the comments with those timestamps, show him some love, give him some thanks. I know he appreciates it. Devil Shooter, thank you for what you do, man. We will be back here if everything goes according to plan. We'll be back here tomorrow with some more content. We'll see if I can do a Metal Gear Fox Hunt stream. Not sure if we'll do that for members or not. Maybe we will. Maybe we won't. Maybe we'll bring some people in. We'll have to see. Before you go, check out Redwood by Umuzu. What is that? Is that a... What is this? Oh, a supplement. Redwood. Uh-oh. How expensive? Is this expensive? This looks, it's not that expensive. No, it's like 36 bucks. Circulation, immunity, stamina. So, oh, dude, it's got garlic in it. No, it's got garlic in it, bro. That's amazing. Shout out to garlic. 1,000 milligrams vitamin C, 300 milligrams of garlic, 250 milligrams of horse chestnut extract. Horse chestnut extract supports vein health and nutrient delivery, helps the body to maintain healthy circulation, and promotes blood flow to all areas of the body. 100 milligrams pine bark extract. Pine bark extract promotes healthy blood flow, helps maintain normal nitrogen oxide levels, supports healthy vascular circulation. And 125 milligrams of Vasodrive AP, which looks like it's their proprietary? So this is for stamina. Another name for Vasodrive AP is casein hydrolysate. Caseins are the main protein component found in cow's milk. I took casein protein before. Yeah, I might look into this. Interesting. I've never heard of this brand, though. Umzu. Been using it for at least 2.5 years. You notice, does it actually work? I used to, dude, there were times where I would just eat raw garlic. Would not recommend. Perfect image. Let me see what your last chat was. For some reason, it didn't come through. MBG, my ex-nerdy for tech editor. Oh, nerdy. Okay. Well, I appreciate that perfect image. Yeah, well, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I don't necessarily know if I'm going to go for an editor right now at this moment. I don't know. I'll probably talk to Devil. I mean, Devil Shooter will have first dibs on pretty much everything because he's been supporting the channel for a while and doing good work. But that's your Twitter. Okay. Shadow Link, you're saying it does work well. Yeah, I might look into it. But yeah, I was gonna say I don't recommend eating raw garlic too often. Not only does it kind of burn your stomach a little bit, but dude, oh my god, you will reek of that shit. Like it will come through all your pores. It's not good. Not good. So, all right, Gaming Survivor. I hear you, bro. Zinc. Yeah, you need zinc. All right, that's it. I'm done. Thank you guys so much. I will catch you guys in the next stream, hopefully tomorrow. Make sure you hit that like button. All right, as you're leaving. And that's it. Enjoy the rest of your day. I'm going to go get a workout in, get some gaming in, get some dinner, get some protein, and I'll be back here tomorrow. All right? So, till then, take care, everyone.